intended to make sure that we stay lean, as I said before, but then there are some difficult cuts they have to make. They then may be able to ask for some of that back. Sometimes they don't ask for it back, and they figure out other ways to accomplish their goals. But then they submit it to the city manager's office. The city manager, and then they also ask for additional budget requests, and they have to prioritize that based on the needs of the department. Then the city manager's office starts reviewing it, make sure all the numbers look legitimate, that there's no mistakes, because there's a ton of numbers involved in all of this. So that's what this team does right here. And then when it's submitted to my office specifically, we look at what the priorities are against one another and try to accomplish what council has directed us to do and still meet the needs of the community, infrastructure, and all that type of things. We finally continue our review until July, and then in August we're here with that presentation to you. You will then, based on your input today, we would schedule it for public hearings. So anytime we put together our budget, we are really focused on rules, just primary rules that council has set for us. Some of those rules, and those are done by city council policy, and also based on best practices. So, for example, we have a minimum reserve requirement. So in our general fund and any of our funds that have long-term debt, we have to have at least a 20% fund balance, and fund balance is basically defined as you can see on the screen. The other thing is, another rule that we have to abide by is that our debt service fund has to have a balance not to exceed 15% of the outstanding principal for general obligation debt. That is basically to avoid over-collection from our taxpayers, and also ensures extra money is used for any other needs other than just sitting in a bank account. Sales tax calculation, this one is an oddity for most cities, and this is why we are so conservative, and primarily when sales tax, which fluctuates can be a very fluctuating revenue source, we end up faring better than many of our counterparts adjacent to us. So basically what this says is we budget for sales tax revenue based on what we collected in the prior year. So other cities many times will, all times, will calculate a growth or project a growth. We do not. We just say whatever we brought in mid-year, that's what we're going to project for the upcoming. And we are actually being more conservative this year, and Ashley will talk a little bit about that, just because of the economic uncertainty with sales tax. And then general fund revenue, this just says we don't want to become over-reliant on one source of revenue, so we really try to strive to make sure we have a balance of that, of where we're getting our revenue, and we'll talk about that as well later. So, operating fund budget, this is basically saying we're going to have a balanced budget, and we do. We're presenting that to you today. And then one-time revenue, this may seem obvious to everybody, but one-time revenue should not be spent on ongoing costs. And then when we get to the utility fund revenue, there will be a cost of service rate study every year. And with that basically is presenting to council what are the needs of our utility system and our revenue bonds related to that utility system. And then our budget, we basically base our utility fund on a normalized year, not an extreme wet or dry year. So you'll see that we are projecting revenue to go down slightly for our, I think, water next year, but that's just because we're budgeting for a normalized year. And then with operating funds, we're wanting to maintain our existing quality and scope of services. Obviously, in economic downturns, that may change, but we are maintaining that quality and scope of service this year. In fact, we have some innovation and expansions as well. But like I said, this is in your base budget, it is a modest increase compared to prior years. In doing budget, we also look at general guidelines, and this comes from a lot of your long-range plans. So obviously, Lewisville 2025, no department can request any funding without tying it to your long-range plan that you have adopted. On top of that, your short-term action priorities, this is something we took to you last council retreat, and it's something we will do every year from this point on. We will make a spreadsheet of every action item in your long-range plan. So when we adopt 2035, we will create another spreadsheet, and we will have you prioritize what are the most important of those very minutia projects, so that we know that we need to budget for it or put more staff time in it, so that we're not just aligning long-term with all of these goals. you are also you're directing us where you want us to go first. And then our medium-term strategic focus areas, those are your strategic focus areas like mall redevelopment, the Business 121 corridor, those types of things where you're telling us, hey, these may not be immediate in the next upcoming year. You may not be able to accomplish renovation of Business 121 by next year, but we need this to be where you're putting the gas, you're putting your pedal on the gas. And then these are various other projects or plans that we use. And then our competitive compensation strategy, council has directed us to try to stay within the top third when funding is available. We will talk through that a little bit more later on. We are accomplishing that for the most part. There's one change just because of budget being tight this year, or tighter this year, that we are making a small adjustment on that, but still making sure we're taking care of our employees. We talked a little bit about this already, so I don't think I need to belabor this at this point, but this is how we prevent the operating budget from growing. This is based on the city manager setting a lower target every year for the department, and it is painful. And if you come from another city and come to Lewisville, you might ask, why on earth are we doing this? This may be futile, like it's painful. Sometimes if you're a small department, especially when we had big costs associated with our retiree health care, those costs got placed on those departments. They got put in a deficit far more than they would. And I will tell you, there are like, for example, our planning department had to put a position potentially up for being lost, so a planner being lost. That's never something you want to do, and obviously we funded that in the base budget to come back, but it is, I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. It is a process that usually it's not that bad because you don't have this big cost associated with retiree health care, but it does keep the departments looking at all of their expenditures to keep them tight. Those are just the extreme situations that this year has proposed for our staff. And then those actions, then the departments provide action steps requesting for funding. That's based on the needs of the department, based on your long-range plans, based on your input from council retreat, and then I have to go through that and prioritize between the departments. We will be basing this presentation around your Lewisville 2025 big moves and strategic moves, excuse me. And then this is just to remind you, these are the action priorities that you guys ranked at your council retreat. So not all of them, and I'll go into the next slide, but this is just to remind you of how you guys rank these. So we were really starting with the top, or we were focusing on the top 10, which is what council directed us to do. But these were some of the items. I do want to point out that not all of these items come with a budget requirement this year. Sometimes we can handle it within staff's abilities. So for example, rehab and maintain apartments with affordability focus. We have a notice of funding opportunity that's out on the streets, or has been out on the streets. We had put $300,000 towards that last year. We didn't have any developers propose on that. So in your budget we have here this year, we have added additional funding that came from the revenue we got from our Public Facility Corporation to add to that. So that does have funding with it. But expand nuisance abatement program, that one we brought to council. We showed you what we were planning to do. Council told us to move forward, and my understanding is we are actively working that new program starting in July. You can also see some of the other items. Some of them are things we can accomplish within our current budget. It's just staff intentionality behind them. But like free Wi-Fi in parks, you'll also see that in your budget here today. Yeah.
Versus, we've had a massive overcorrection, in my opinion, on the whole diversity DEI stuff in recent years. This means everything. This could be renters. This could be people who currently sit on boards, currently making sure that we have representation across the board, not just race and ethnicity, right? This is all kinds of diversity that we're talking about getting on our boards.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
It is. An example of that is with 2025, our 2035 committee was, we really focused on having diversity, a very heightened focus on diversity of generations.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you.
But I will say there is, under 8, one of the priorities that council set for us was expand dialogues with communities of color. So with that, like our initiatives with 2035 and hiring RIO planning to make sure that we are meeting people where they are in the community, especially some that may not historically come to City Hall to engage, we are doing that as well.
And even this one, though, this is a data-driven decision. This is going back and saying, for whatever reason, this demographic doesn't engage. And we want to be a city that makes sure everybody has a voice that's heard. We went out and we purposely did this, not for virtue signaling, but because we found underrepresented groups based on data that we have. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Thank you.
So we talked a little bit about the budgetary challenges. We talked about economic uncertainty, inflation. The one thing that is burdening also this budget, and I say burdening, I think they're very much needed, but they are burdening from the extent of they cost a lot of money, is our compensation package. Every year, compensation, we know that the majority of the cost of a city goes towards paying the employees to provide the service. We are a service organization. So compensation, especially wanting to stay as a lead city, we're constantly looking at what other cities are doing and trying to anticipate how they're going to move their compensation packages. And so we had presented this to you, I think a month or two ago. And so we'll break that down a little bit more later. But I will say that, and then our public safety staffing needs. This budget has a lot related to public safety. A lot related to the future growth with regard to our fire department and a potential future engine and crew related to that, anticipating going to 4-man staffing and having that phased in over time. But then also our police department has a lot of technology requests that have high budget numbers as well. So all of that is to say that those are big numbers. On top of that, I will say that the benefit for us continuing to stay in this lead goal is that we have gone from, when we started our compensation study, of about a 12% vacancy rate. We're now at a 4.4% vacancy rate. And we always tell our staff that we are lead because we are lean. You can see here Lewisville and Lewisville proposed still keep us in the relative position with the other cities. And we've already talked about this, so I'm not going to go over this, but this is just the difficulties that our department has had to face putting together their budgets this year. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Ashley.
All right, so we're going to go through an overview of our major funds, starting with the general fund. I'm going to throw a lot of numbers at you this morning, so I'll try to throw in some examples of some of the categories that we're talking about here. What this is showing you is a revenue summary of our general fund. This is just overall. We have a lot of individual revenue sources, and this is generally just how we categorize it. So when we compare the FY26 proposed budget to the FY25 adopted budget, we're only projecting about a 1% increase that totals $1.4 million. And we'll talk about some of the reasons for that here in the next few slides. But then when we compare next year's budget to our current year adjusted budget, we're projecting about a 4.7% decrease. And I wanted to mention that because that's not anything that's concerning to us. So what has happened in the current year is that we have a capital version of our general fund that accrues interest earnings. Because we're more likely to use those dollars in our general fund, we went ahead and transferred that money in. So that's part of the reason why you see this decrease. That was a $5 million increase in the current year budget. And then also we had building permits that came in better than projected as well. So that's not to say that we're expecting anything bad to happen this year. It's just that we had a relatively good year so far. And then again, like Claire's mentioned, despite a tightening economy, we are still able to maintain our existing services and then even expand in some areas. This next slide shows you really our two major revenue sources in the general fund, being property tax and sales tax, and then everything else is in that other category. That's the coral color you see here. There's a couple of things I wanted to mention on this slide. So you see the FY26 proposed budget at the very top. When we talk about property tax, there's really three components to that figure. It's just your general property tax revenue that you collect, then your delinquent property taxes, as well as penalty and interest. So those three things make up that amount. Sales tax is the gray bar in the middle. You can see, and we're going to mention this a couple of times today, if you look at the 25 original budget, 25 adjusted, and then 26 proposed, that is flat in all three cases. That is intentional. We were being extra cautious going into this next year. And then the other category, we are starting to see a slight uptick in those other revenues. And really, just to give you some examples, this is your building permits, your ambulance billing fees, landfill host fees, essentially every other revenue in the general fund. And then a couple other things I wanted to mention on this slide, and really it pertains to the earlier years. So if you look down at the very bottom chart there for FY22, Property tax values are lower than what you see in 23. That was because we annexed Castle Hills in 22, and then we saw that revenue come in on the property tax side in 23. And then our other category, that 42.3 million that you see there, that's a lot larger than we saw in the years following. That was again partially due to that Castle Hills annexation. So we had a lot of revenues coming in that year in the other category. What you see on this slide is essentially that same information from the prior slide in that general fund chart. So it shows the breakout of property tax, sales tax, and then everything else. It just shows you that percentage breakout here. If you were to only look at the general fund, property tax is about 43% of the budget. However, we want to make the point that when we add in our sales tax funds, being 4B, crime control, and fire control, we start to see those percentages shift. So here is where you can see that we have less of a reliance on property tax, and then we're able to rely more on some of those other revenue sources. This slide is dedicated entirely to sales tax, so I do want to spend a little bit of time talking on this slide. I mentioned it previously, but our policy is that we will not propose the next year's budget to be anything higher than what we think we're going to get this year. There's two reasons why we're being extra conservative. The main reason being that our current period collections with sales tax are just flattening out. So we're starting to see those spending trends change a little bit. We've had growth here in prior years, but also at some point we're going to reach build out too. And then the second component of that is the Texas Comptroller's Office does what they call corrective action cases. This is essentially them auditing a business to make sure that they're paying their sales tax correctly. So sometimes they could be paying sales tax to the wrong entity, they could be paying sales tax on something they don't need to be, or maybe they're not paying it at all. And to put this into perspective, we've seen a lot of fluctuation this year with those audit collections. Sometimes they go in the city's favor, sometimes they don't. Last year, our range of these audit collections was negative 305,000, meaning we lose that money, to a positive 185,000. That's about $500,000 range. This year, to put that into perspective, the range is negative 1.3 million to 630,000, so $2 million range there, which is why we're being extra cautious going into next year. I don't expect that trend to continue, but again, we're following our policy and making sure that we're planning for that. But then, you know, regardless of those economic concerns, one other thing I wanted to mention here is that because sales tax is obviously a major revenue source for us, we're going to be placing even more intense scrutiny on how we project our sales tax. So we've got about 7 or 8 projection models that we've been testing over the past year or so. And this ranges anywhere from, you know, your simple arithmetic to your complex regression analysis. We've got an AI model we're testing, as well as we have a third-party sales tax consultant that has a forecasting tool as well. So we're testing all of those right now just to see which one ends up being the most accurate. This slide shows our other major revenue modifications. So all of these are in that other category. Everything that you see on the top half of the slide, we're projecting increases, and then everything on the bottom slide will be decreases. Starting with building permits, we're projecting an increase of about 239,000. The total budget for building permits will be 1.3 million. We do not estimate this based on trends. This is based on known projects that we expect to occur. We particularly have a big project that we think will occur in FY26. Interest earnings, we expect to increase about 411,000 to 1.6 million. You're going to see interest earnings will positively impact the majority of our funds today. So I'll spend a little bit of time talking about it here and then maybe not so much time later on. But essentially, these the city earns interest dollars from investing our available cash. So we don't just let that money sit there. We want to make money off of that, and that helps stretch our taxpayer dollars even further. Landfill host fees, we've grouped these together. This is really 3 landfills, so Waste Management, Allied Republic, and then we have the Farmers Branch location. And the Farmers Branch location is really, we continue to see increases in that revenue source every year, and that's really what's driving this. It's about 500,000 of the 800,000 that you see here. Franchise taxes is another category where we actually have multiple entities that make up this category. And just as a reminder, or maybe for those of you who aren't sure what franchise taxes are, these are taxes that utility and service companies pay in exchange for the use of our public property, essentially. So we're expecting to see $837,000 increase there. So you can think of like CoServe, Atmos, Texas New Mexico Power, those sorts of companies. And then on the decreasing side, our warrant and other court fees, We are expecting to see a decrease here of about 213,000. We've seen a little bit of a drop in our citations, and I want to mention that that is just a return to normal. So it's not anything that is out of the ordinary. It's just we had a higher year previously, and now we're returning to normal. And so what this means is just less court cases for our court system to handle. And then concessionaire revenues, this is another group of categories, and really what we're talking about here is Lake Park with the change to that lease agreement and Sneaky Pete's lease ending on September 30th. We're just being extra cautious with how we expect that revenue to come in next year.
Do we have any projections on the landfill or any updated projections on the length of time that Farmers Branch specifically is going to be in operation?
We can get that for you. I don't think I have that unless Aaron, you have, or Jason, you have anything they want to add. We'll get that for you.
Anytime I see the numbers go up, that just tells me that they have less time on the other end.
Yes, you're right. And are you talking about which, can you remind me what you just said about which landfill or all landfills?
All landfills.
Okay,
But
yeah.
primarily it's going to be the Farmers Branch one, right? Because the other one is C&D.
Yeah, the Farmers Branch one has a good, I want to say 40-something years left, but we can get the actual date for you.
Okay, so you're going to see several different versions of this table as we talk about our major operating funds. So I'll just kind of give you an overview of how this is set up. You'll see your proposed revenues at the top, and then the next four categories will be essentially your expenditures here. So in the general fund, we're expecting $140.1 million in revenues. $136 million of that is those departmental base budgets. So when Claire was talking about targets earlier, that's essentially what this is consisting of. To put this into perspective, that total budget of $140.1 million, about 70% of that is your salary and benefits. So that's the case across the majority of our funds. Our personnel really makes up a large majority of our expenses. Our add backs totaled $755,000. I'm just going to give you some examples as we go through these so you can kind of visualize it so you're not just looking at numbers here. So examples of add backs this year in the general fund included our maintenance materials, uniforms, special services, and then overtime. New programs totaled $740,000. The majority of that is for future public safety planning for Fire Station 6. Then expansions, efficiencies, and replacements. When I talk about this category in these funds, if you think of the word efficiencies, that doesn't always mean we're adding money to the budget. In some cases, it means we have savings, and you'll see that in one of the funds here in a little bit. But a few examples in this category for the general fund. On the efficiency side, Council approved us to move forward with the TMRS non-retroactive COLA rate. That provided a lot of savings that gave us the capacity to fund some of these initiatives. And then on the expansion side, this includes things like the Axon public safety contract, our entire compensation plan, and then the mowing contract. And then the last row that you see here in the chart, our current revenue to current expense balance, essentially what that is saying is that we have a balanced budget, so our revenues equal our expenditures. So on this slide and the next few slides, we're going to talk about our expenditures from fund balance. You're going to hear me use the words fund balance and reserves today. I'm talking about the same thing there. Essentially, we're just talking about those one-time expenditures or expenditures where we have the option to stop doing if we need to. We have $9.8 million budgeted in expenditures from fund balance this year. That leaves us with a 20% operating reserve of $28.1 million. And then $7 million after that is undesignated reserve. It means it's just not planned for anything right now. The next four slides detail every single thing that makes up that $9.8 million. I won't go over all of these right now. A lot of these are built into your presentation. But as we flip through these slides, I did just want to call out a couple of items. Particularly on this slide, I wanted to mention the first item here. There's a slide later in the presentation, but when you hear us use the term ERP, just think our finance and HR system. Then the cost allocation plan update down there, it's the second from the bottom. Essentially what that is we have a lot of internal service departments. So you think like finance, HR, ITS, they provide services to other departments. Those services are primarily in the general fund, so we're able to allocate certain dollars from, say, the utility fund or 4B fund back to the general fund to help pay for those expenses. So we try to update that plan every 3 or 4 years. And then the last item here is the streetlight conversion. You heard about this project on Monday night. This is included in your base budget. On this next slide here, I wanted to call out the Urban SDK traffic data subscription. So that's right there in the middle of your screen. And again, you know, what we're talking about in the presentation is mostly the higher dollar items, but I did just want to call this one out. So this is going to be a pilot program next year. So we're just going to put one-time expenditures towards this. We're going to see how the data comes out, but this will provide us with traffic volume, traffic speeds, any delays, road conditions, all of that kind of data. This is a request that came from our engineering department, but we know that it will also benefit our police department as well as public services.
I was going to also add to that, I think this will also help council, because I know you guys get complaints in your neighborhoods about speeding, and so especially about the prioritization of where we can put police officers and traffic officers. You know, it may seem like the street next to you is the highest, you know, rate of speed, but it may not be the highest rate of speed citywide. So it's to be able to use data to justify where we're putting our resources, which I think can help you paint the picture to the constituents.
And then another one I wanted to call out on this slide is the intrusion prevention system IPS upgrade. Essentially, these are 3 units that protect our city's network infrastructure that are at end of life. So if you think about this kind of like a digital security guard, so this gives them the ability to see all of these systems at once. On this next slide, I wanted to call out the firewall replacement. So I think every single one of these actually has their own slide in the presentation with the exception of the firewall replacement. And again, that's just because it's that lower dollar item. This will replace 13 end-of-life firewall units used to secure essentially our network against cybersecurity threats. And then this is the last of those expenditures from fund balance. A couple of things I wanted to point out here is the green ribbon concept design. That's in the middle of the slide here. TxDOT has a green ribbon funding program. It's essentially designated for highways in Texas, and it's for corridor enhancements, landscape, that sort of thing. So we'd like to put this funding towards professional design services to help out with the I-35 in Maine area, I-35 in Fox, and then another I-35 portion closer to Business 121.
Can we jump back one slide real quick?
Yes.
So I remember talking about the Zen City Community Survey platform. Being that we're a data-driven organization, as priority 7 from our priority list, do we have data that shows this is more effective than what we did historically? I want to make sure that we're using this to its optimal capacity.
So the way that survey works is it's open for 3 months, currently open right now. The last time I checked, we had over 400 responses, but it will measure the demographics of the people who are responding, and if we are not being, if we're not in alignment with our census data, it will change how it's targeted. So at any point in time, it's targeting different demographics to try to get that representative survey. So when we get the final results in September, we'll have all of that data and we can present that to you.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
And then the other one that I wanted to mention on this slide was the State Highway 121 plant material replacement and screening walls. That's just an increase of what we provided last year. What this slide shows you is our fund balance. So the dark blue column is that 20% operating reserve. Claire mentioned we had a policy on this earlier. And then the coral color on top is our undesignated reserve. There's a couple of things I wanted to point out on this slide. As our general fund operating budget increases, so does that 20% figure. We are able to maintain that consistently throughout the years. And then that undesignated reserve amount, there's a few outliers I wanted to point out. So particularly right in the middle of the chart, 2022's actuals, I hinted at it earlier, but this is the year that we annexed Castle Hills. So a portion of this is just our general growth in fund balance that we would normally see, but also we had additional Castle Hills revenues coming in that year. And then the next year, we spent a lot of those reserves for the construction of the Tittle McFadden Public Safety Center. So that's why you see such a sharp drop off there. The other thing I wanted to point out on this slide is the pattern that you see in the 2025 original and the 26 proposed. That's the far right column there. That undesignated reserve amount looks small if you're comparing it to prior years. This is not an uncommon pattern for us to see when we bring the proposed budget to you. What we know is going to happen is that as the current year continues, our actuals will come in, we'll get audited, and we'll see that undesignated reserve grow. And you can actually already see that happening if you look at the 25 adjusted. We're already planning on that fund balance increasing. So I know there's a lot of numbers on this particular slide. I'm not going to go over every single one, but I do just want to hit the general categories of what this plan is showing you. This is our general fund reserves plan. It basically says this is how we're going to plan to use those reserves over the next 5 years. Starting at the top of the plan, this is our beginning excess reserve. Basically, this is just undesignated reserve from prior years. And then below that, you can see there's a line for $5 million in resources as an annual contribution. And when you look at that, really this is made up of two things. This is revenues coming in higher than we budgeted and expenditures coming in under what we budgeted. So for the purposes of this plan, just think of it like an operating surplus. And then the main portion of this plan is our uses. So again, this is just how we plan to use our reserves. We categorize this by our technology plan, land purchases, outside legal, economic development agreements, facilities, and then that miscellaneous other. I did want to take some time here to talk about facilities. So a previous version of this plan showed that we planned on using about 1.5 million in reserves for 2 facilities, particularly the renovation to the municipal annex and the Bacchus Public Services Center, so we refer to that as the Keeley Complex. Because we had really good interest earnings in our general fund capital cash, we were actually able to use that source instead of pulling from reserves here. So we have a slide on that a little bit later in the presentation. And then under that total uses line, if you were to look in the 2026 column, you see that 9.8 million, that's everything that we just discussed in the prior 4 slides. Then we get down to our ending excess reserve. What we do is we take out that operating surplus again. So we're being very conservative here. We're essentially assuming no growth in the prior year, so that's why we take it back out, and that leaves us with our excess available reserve. Moving into the utility fund now. The utility fund is one of our next largest funds. This fund is self-supporting. It's also known as an enterprise fund. So essentially it operates like a business where the cost of providing water and wastewater has to be recouped through utility bills and then a few other utility revenue sources. This is a summary of those revenues going into next year. This slide and the next slide, when we talk about revenues, does not include any proposed rate increase. So that's just something to keep in mind. We will talk about our proposal for rate increases next year in just a minute. When comparing FY26's proposed budget to our original budget, we're projecting about a 2% increase overall. This is pretty similar to what we projected last year at this time. And then when compared to our current year's adjusted budget, we're expecting about a 1% decrease. And really, this is us being conservative, again, when it comes to water sales and when it comes to interest earnings. What this chart shows you is all of our utility revenue sources. There's a couple of things I wanted to point out here, in particular the wholesale water services and wholesale sewer services. You can just barely see it in that FY22 column. That's related to Castle Hills. So moving forward, when we show you this chart next year, you won't even see that here. But then you can see that coral amount is what makes up the large majority of our revenues here. That's your water sales. This year's budget is $35.6 million. Sewer services, the dark blue, this year will be at $19.2 million. And then we also have water and sewer capital recovery fees. Those two, when combined together, are about $2.4 million. And essentially, those are one-time fees that are charges paid by new development to help cover the cost of expanding our utility infrastructure. And then just like on the general fund slide, we wanted to show you the same information for the utility fund. The dollars that you see here, again, do not include any proposed rate increase. For sewer and water capital recovery fees, we're projecting increases in both of those, and that's, again, due to projects that we know are in development. So this is not based on trend. This is based on what we actually expect to occur. Sewer service, we're projecting just a slight increase, but again, when you compare it to the overall budget of $19 million, it's essentially flat, and we're just doing this based on winter averages. And then on the decreasing side, we're making a minor adjustment to our interest revenues. We have utilized more fund balance in prior years here, so we're just projecting a slight decrease there in interest. And then water sales, again, we're budgeting this based on a normalized year, so we're not taking into account any crazy weather patterns. We are taking into account population increase and then the current existing rate structure here. But again, when you compare this to the overall budget, it's a drop in the bucket, or as Councilmember Kelly likes to say, rounding error. So this is your operating fund overview for the utility fund. Our revenues are projected to come in at $58.5 million. Departmental base budgets total 56 of that million. So I want to call out two things when we're talking about that 56 million. The first of it is that 3.7 million of that will go towards our PAYGO program for our water and sewer CIP plan. You're going to hear us talk about that a lot today. So we're using our operating budget to cover this. We're using some of our reserves, and then we'll talk about what we would like to do with the increased revenue for the rate increases that we'll talk about. The other component that I wanted to mention is that included in this figure is $732,000 in credit card fees related to utility bills. Dave will talk a little bit more about that in just a second. Then when we talk about add backs in the utility fund, we're adding back $202,000. Again, this is mostly maintenance materials. Our new programs totaled $430,000. This is the majority of this is coming from the new utility line maintenance crew that we'll be adding. And then expansions, efficiencies, and replacements total $1.8 million. This amount does include taking an additional 1 million gallon per day, we refer to this as MGD, from Dallas Water Utilities, and then also those rate increases that we received from both Dallas Water Utilities and Upper Trinity Regional Water District. And then our proposed expenditure budget totals the amount of revenues we plan to bring in, which leaves us with a balanced budget in the utility fund.
So Ashley had mentioned a portion of the operating budget for the water fund includes $732,000 in credit card fees. The city has historically and typically absorbed those fees for the customer. So when making payments online with a credit card, the city would absorb that 2 to 3% charge. And over the years, that has gone up quite significantly. From when I started to where we're at right now, we started at about $282,000 in 2019. Since that time, it went up $450,000 to where it currently sits right now. So it's become a growing cost burden. So if you could imagine taking $750,000 and putting it towards this fee versus some other opportunities that we could have. So those first two bullet points speak to the growing cost burden and the missed opportunity to reallocate budget to cover other areas. Before we considered this option of possibly passing that fee along to the customer, we wanted to make sure that we weren't removing opportunities for customers to make automatic payments or utilize other options for making payments. So we do currently have ACH option. We have where you can mail in your check. We have a automatic lockbox that processes that. And there's other online methods to pay that are less costly to the city and still provides a high level of customer service to the utility customer. Another big area we wanted to talk about with this absorbing the fee is the equity and fairness component. Currently, the fees related to credit cards is built into the utility rate, which is then shared across all the customers. So what ends up happening is you've got customers that are paying for a service that they're not actually receiving. So what we would like to do is make a recommendation or move forward with passing this fee along to the customer. So we did a survey of our benchmark cities, and we saw that it's becoming more of a common practice as it becomes a greater portion or a greater impact to the budget. About six of the 18 benchmark cities currently pass along that fee to the customer. So the plan for implementation will be to start with public education to the customers to let them know that we would be making this change over the next several months, and then implement fully the change to pass along the fees to the user. We would plan to amend the proposed budget for half of that right now, so approximately $360,000 would be removed, amended to the budget, and we would reallocate those funds to support the cash funding of the capital program.
And I wanted to add one more thing, just to clarify, although it's on the screen. Councilman Tipton, you had expressed, I think, just dislike for ACH, but I wanted to make sure it was clear that you can pay by debit card without that fee being passed along. So I think that resolves some of your concerns. I would like to pause right here on the credit card fee issue. I would like to make sure council's comfortable with that because it will affect how your ultimate motion at the end of the night or end of the day.
I'm fine with this. This is entirely consistent with what you're seeing in other places. Restaurants you go to now, there's a 3% fee typically at the bottom. You'll see it down there. This is a trend that's going on more and more. I don't see anything wrong with this, especially because there's options. If you don't want to pay the 3% fee, use one of the other options. So I think this is fine. I'm okay with it.
I basically look at this as subsidizing people's airline miles,
Yeah.
and I'm not in that business.
I'm good with it.
I'm definitely good with it.
I am now.
Okay, continuing on. So everything that we've talked about up to this point in the utility fund has been on the operating budget side. So when we're talking about our ongoing expenditures, the next few slides we'll talk about our expenditures from fund balance. So we have 3.3 million budgeted in expenditures from fund balance in this upcoming year. We are still able to maintain our 20% operating reserve of 11.7 million, and that leaves us with about 5.3 in undesignated reserve. These are all of the items that make up your utility fund use of fund balance. I just wanted to call out two items on this chart here. One is the utility line maintenance repair crews. So there's an ongoing cost of that, right? That's staff that we're talking about there. But then also there's one-time needs. So in order to outfit that crew, we'll need a dump truck, backhoe, and then an actual crew truck as well. So that's what makes up the majority of that figure that you see there. And then the last one I wanted to mention is that last line there, the capital project transfers. So I mentioned the PAYGO program earlier. We are contributing another 1.9 million in reserves towards that water and sewer CIP plan.
I'm sorry, and I hate to do this, but a thought just crossed my head regarding the credit card fees. Is it possible, instead of saying you're gonna have a 3% fee, to say you have a 3% discount for not using credit cards? The outcome's the same, but one is a positive message, one is a negative message.
We can look at that. I'm not sure how that presents, but we can try to.
I was just curious.
Yeah, if we can, we'll try to. I understand what you're trying to do. It's just the optics of it. Yeah.
Right.
So now we'll go over our other major funds, and we'll just really hit the highlights here. Starting with this slide, so this shows a lot of your special revenue funds. The hotel motel fund is primarily the hotel occupancy tax. Your crime control, fire control, and 4B funds are sales tax funds, and then the drainage fund is funded primarily through a stormwater drainage fee. So when we talk about revenue changes in these funds, you'll see a common theme where interest earnings are doing well, and this is also assuming conservative projections. So we're budgeting about 85% of what we think we're actually going to get. So in the hotel motel side, our collections and interest earnings continue to increase. We're expecting about a $269,000 increase there. Crime control and fire control, again, we're budgeting our sales tax flat, so we're not expecting any changes there, but our interest earnings is really what makes up the difference that you see here. So on the crime control side, a slight increase of about $54,000. On the fire control side, a slight decrease of about $33,000. That's really just due to our use of fund balance. We just have less cash in that fund. And then on the drainage fund side, even though we are not proposing any rate increases on the stormwater side, because we continue to have new development, we expect to continue to see overall revenue increase there as well. And then the 4B fund, again, that's a sales tax fund, so really a lot of the increase is due to those interest earnings. Here's your operating budget overview for the hotel motel fund. Proposed revenues equal 3.1 million, while our operating expenditures only total 2.6 million. 2.5 million of that is your base budget. New programs total 17,000, and then expansions, efficiencies, and replacements equal 110,000. And just to give you a few examples, that includes public art maintenance and increases in operating costs for the Grand Theater. That leaves us with a current revenue to current expense balance of about $500,000. What that means is that we're bringing in more revenues in this fund than we plan on spending, so that money will just fall to fund balance. The crime control fund, we are planning on bringing in $5.67 million in revenues. Base budgets total $5.4 million. Add backs totaled $131 million. To give you a few examples of some add backs included here, that includes uniforms, supplies, and equipment, as well as staffing expenses. New programs total $31,000. This is primarily the implementation of a new training management system for our police department. And then expansions, efficiencies, and replacements total $129,000. Few examples of this include some of these items you heard on Monday night when we had our crime control meeting: the radio tower lighting program, metal detector software, and then backup storage expansion, primarily for body cams and dash cams. That leaves us with a current revenue to current expenditure balance of about $15,000. So again, we're just bringing in slightly more revenues than we're spending in operating expenditures. And then we have $433,000 in fund balance and expenditures, all of which will be discussed later in this presentation. On the fire control side, we're bringing in about $5.8 million in revenues. Departmental base budgets total $5.6 million. Add backs are $48,000. That primarily consisted of overtime expenses. Expansions, efficiencies, and replacements total $114,000. And just to give you a few examples here, most of this is compensation package related, but it also includes janitorial expenses for the new Tittle McFadden Public Safety Center, as well as replacement payments for some Lucas chest compression devices. Our current revenue to current expenditure balance is about $3,700, and then we have $347,000 in expenditures and fund balance, which we'll go over later in this presentation as well. This is just essentially showing you where we've budgeted these items. On the drainage fund, there are a couple of things I wanted to mention here that are a little bit different than the previous slides. Our proposed revenues are about $9 million. Our departmental base budgets are $9.5 million. About $6.5 million of that is transfers to our drainage capital program. So we'll talk about what we do with this fund here in just a second, but that's just a figure I wanted you to have in the back of your mind. Add backs totaled $51,000. The majority of that was maintenance materials. New programs are $295,000. Large majority of that is due to a stormwater utility billing fee audit that we plan to pursue. And then expansions, efficiencies, and replacements. This is where you see a negative amount. Remember, I mentioned earlier that when we talk about efficiencies, sometimes that can mean savings. That ended up being the case here. So we had savings, particularly related to TMRS, that help offset the additional costs of some of these other programs. Then one thing I wanted to mention here is that we have that current revenue to current expense balance. That's a negative figure. That's not something that you saw on the previous slides, but this is something that we do intentionally with the drainage fund. So essentially what we're doing is we're taking all of our available revenues and all of our available fund balance and putting everything that we can towards our drainage capital improvement program. We have a lot of projects that are coming up, and so we want to make sure that we're funding this appropriately, and that's the entire reason that we set up this fund in the first place. And then when we talk about our 4B fund, our proposed revenues are budgeted at $12.2 million. Overall, our expenditures are budgeted at $8.7 million. About $8 million of that is departmental base budgets. Add backs were about $20,000. Most of that was library operating expenditures. New programs totaled $334,000. An example of that is a Shark Tank style program for park ops and programs. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. Then expansions, efficiencies, and replacements totaled $417,000. A large portion of that was the expansion of our library materials per capita. That leaves us with a current revenue to current expenditure balance of $3.5 million. One thing I do want to mention with our 4B fund is that we are seeing our fund balance increase. We have some major projects coming up in the next few years that we plan on using that fund balance for, 2 of them being the Nature Center construction and then also Lake Park redevelopment. And then we have $1.7 million in fund balance expenditures planned. About $1.5 million of that is for the Nature Center design. Then this is a fund that we don't normally talk about during workshop, but we felt like it was relevant. So back in February, HR and Finance presented a presentation to you that recommended changing our retiree health insurance program to provide more benefits to our retirees. Council was in support of that. We brought a supplemental appropriation to you in the spring that allowed us to put more funding in this fund to help essentially offset that increased liability because of the changes that we made to that program. So I wanted to put this slide in here to show you, if you look at that box down in the far right corner, that's our ending fund balance. So we were able to make that transfer. It increased our fund balance significantly, and then we continue to see growth next year. Our goal is to ultimately get to 100% funded liability. Right now, we're sitting at about 87.5%. Next year, we'll be a little bit over 90%. And then lastly, I wanted to go over our 4 TERS funds. For those of you that are not familiar with what a TERS fund is, TERS stands for a Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone. It's essentially an infrastructure financing tool. So the way it works is the year you create the TERS, we measure that base property value, and then anything beyond that in future years, that increment, if you will, that's what gets put back into the TERS. And so we reinvest that into that area, and really just helps supercharge that area and encourage development. TERS 1 is in our Old Town area. We have a debt service related to the Grand Theater of about $908,000. We have our usual TERS administration costs, a consultant that helps us out with the management of our TERS. We have future purchase of land acquisition, $600,000. And then in our expenditures from fund balance, we have $1.5 million for economic development agreements. A portion of the Grand Theater modifications, we'll go over that later in the presentation, and then replenishment of our facade grant program at $100,000. TERS 2 is in our Southern Gateway, if you think like the Huron 121 station area. We are making the last payment to the developer in this upcoming year. So this dollar amount you see here, the $431,000, is actually a lot less than you've seen in prior years. So we're excited to complete that. And then we have our standard TERS administration costs. TERS 3 is the Castle Hills area. This year we have bumped up the TERS administration costs. Typically we do around $10,000. This year it's at $50,000. We're seeing an increased amount of draw requests come through, and we want to make sure that our consultant is able to process those as quickly as possible. So we're bumping that up this year. That leaves $4.8 million to be paid to the developer, and then the remainder will be debt service related to the refunding of Castle Hills debt at about $1.7 million. One thing I should mention on TERS 3 is that this is the only TERS where we put not only the increment but also the base value back into this TERS. So that allows us to pay that agreement down quicker. It's just something that I wanted y'all to be aware of. And then TERS 4 was created in 2019. We have our standard TERS administration costs, and then we just have some maintenance dollars for the area along Summit Avenue. We've got some parkland and medians out there that we maintain. All right, and then I think at this point we are going to go ahead and jump to our utility rate discussion.
While she's getting there, Mayor, I did get that information about the landfills for you. So thank you to Aaron's team for getting that information quickly. So Camelot, the DFW landfill, which we know is close to closure, will be closing around, they're estimating 2027. All of this is dependent upon them getting to their cap. So like the mayor said, the more revenue you're seeing, the more that's getting deposited there, the faster it's likely going to hit that. But 2027 is what they're talking about at this point. Camelot landfill, I got that mixed up with the Lewisville landfill and their time frame, but that's at just under 30 years, so 2054. And then Lewisville landfill is 34 years, which is 2059.
Okay, we're going to move into the discussion of the utility rates. At Council Retreat in February, we had a more condensed version discussion on the water rate side. Each year we'll do this rate study. We've invited Chris Eckroot from NewGen, who is our principal over at NewGen, to kind of walk through the full study. He's going to go through the goals set for the rate study, strategies used, the changes that were made, and the impacts to the rates. And we will close with recommendations. So I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Chris.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Chris Eckert with NewGen Strategies. Pleasure to be with you this morning. I'll try and move through this as efficiently as I can. Nothing has really changed since I spoke with you earlier this year. We're continuing with our rate strategy. We'll talk through those goals and objectives and where we ultimately end up with that impact for customers with this increase. Again, as we look at those objectives, key objective, we are fully aligning rates across all customers across the entire city. This has been a multi-year process. This is the final step in that process. So that's why you're going to see some changes here, but we finally get to that point where we are fully aligned. Second major goal is conservation. We've talked about this before. We are continuing to push that conservation signal to our customers. We want them to be good stewards of our limited water resources, so we continue to push those conservation goals. At the same time, we continue to practice rate gradualism. We want to be cognizant of the affordability of service to our customers. We want to mitigate those impacts where possible. And I'm going to talk about what we're doing in terms of some rate design changes to achieve that. Finally, as we talked about earlier, again, the utility is a self-sustaining business. We have to make sure that our revenues either match or exceed our expenses. We have to make sure we can pay our debt. We have to reinvest in our business. We also have to make sure we have adequate reserves. So again, all of that is kind of driven within this rate plan for you today. What's really driving the need for rate increases? We've talked about this before. It's reinvestment. It's capital reinvestment in the system. Again, we have pipes, plants, pumps. All of these things break down over time. We have to reinvest in our system. We are subject to regulatory requirements from the state. We don't have a choice. We have to make sure we meet those regulatory requirements. So as you look at some of the dollars, these are the capital projects for fiscal year 26. Again, these are big dollar items that you're looking at here. Now, when we are thinking about the utility system, we do use debt when we are funding some capital projects. I'm in front of a lot of councils and they say debt's a four-letter word. We don't want to use debt, but debt is a useful tool for cities and utilities in particular. When you think about using debt for capital projects, we are spreading out the cost of that project over the customers that are using that project. So we are matching the cost with the revenues and who is benefiting from that project. That creates what we call intergenerational equity in terms of funding for those capital projects. So as we kind of talk through that here again, we are cognizant of financial leverage, which is the use of debt. We continue to see the rating agencies push on cities to be careful in their use of debt, and we are careful in how we use debt. We want to achieve that equity, but also that helps us mitigate some of those impacts to customers. We can repay that over time. So as we look at how we're anticipating using debt going forward, let me take you to this slide here. What you see here is the anticipated bond funding and the anticipated cash funding of that capital plan going forward. It is a heavy reliance on debt, but again, this helps us spread the impacts over time, make sure we're being as equitable as possible. So we have big dollar needs for capital. That is, again, what is driving the need for further rate adjustments going forward.
Chris, if I can jump in real quick, if you can go back to that last slide. Chris spoke about intergenerational equity and spreading the cost of the repayment of that debt over the useful life of the asset. And we've always been pretty aggressive using the 16-year term for repaying the debt. Now, because of the larger amounts of debt that we anticipate over the next couple of years, we may want to consider extending that term to possibly 20 years. Now, that's probably more the norm. I think the 16 years is the exception, and I think it still pays off the debt well before the end of the useful life. The useful life of a water asset could be 40 or 50 years, so if we're paying it off within the first 20, still well below the useful life. So when we start talking about the debt issuances for the upcoming year, we'll probably bring alternatives for the 20 and possibly a 25-year term for repayment.
No, absolutely. And I think it's important to be conservative there. We are seeing some providers that are very much trying to expand that debt term. I've seen some providers go 25, 30 years. There is such a thing as a century bond, which is 100 years. I don't recommend that at all. So again, we want to be conservative in how we approach this. There's a balance. There's a balance between making sure that we can fund the projects, we can balance that with the affordability to customers. It's a careful balance, but we also want to be careful in how we do that.
I will just flag this. I'm incredibly proud that we run a 16-year rate. And so I've got some emotional baggage around this that I'm going to need to get educated on before I'm super comfortable for moving out to 20 or 25 year. I get that it loads up the cost on the front end, but it loads up the cost on the back end when we start stretching this out. So I'm going to need a lot of education before I'm anywhere close to comfortable.
That's our goal. I'm sorry. That's our goal too, Mayor. And actually, when we get to the unfunded list on your utility rates, the intent there is to put more cash towards that to also help in that regard. So, you know, we're going to use all levers we can to try to flatten that out for people, and we really don't want to go. I mean, similar to you, although it's the norm, there's pride associated with that, and also the rating agencies look at it favorably. Yeah,
and then they keep dinging us for other stuff that's completely out of our control. This one's completely in our control. So that's where I'm getting some heartburn on this one.
Can we go to the next slide? Because I just wanted to mention, you know, these are some really big numbers, and you know, it's kind of shocking. Really, debt is necessary because there's absolutely no way we would be able to fund this without using debt. But I also just want to mention, to put it into perspective, that Lewisville really started just the rapid expansion of population growth about, 50, 60 years ago. So that's where we are with all of this, or we're having to upgrade our infrastructure, and this is what that costs. So we have to, I love that our staff is on this, conservative, and how we manage that money, because these are very real needs. It's not an option to not fund this. We all want water to come out of the faucet when we turn it on, and we want the toilet to flush. So all of these things are necessary, and I appreciate everything that staff has done to try to balance the debt and the affordability, because we wouldn't be able to afford to do this with cash only. But the good news is that I think that this ought to level off after we get past all of this infrastructure that we've got to put in right now. There will always be infrastructure costs, but we're really in the thick of it right now. And so it won't be this, we won't have this landscape forever.
Just to add and buttress what you were just saying, Councilwoman Green, yeah, absolutely. Really what's burdening a lot of the costs, obviously an aging infrastructure, also our water plant and wastewater plant costs, and we're really because of growth for our city, we're just at the point where we are required to expand. And there's a strategy of making sure we have diversification of water resources so that we're not over-reliant on one versus another. It gives us, we talk about pulling levers, it gives us greater reliability, especially during hot months where we have droughts and things like that, to be able to have a plant that's actually producing on our own as well. So, and then of course, you know, we'll talk about it later, but in your budget is you know, the DWU bump we're going to need to take right now, and also the cost of water is going up.
And I'll just add one other thing regarding this table. I think it reflects more of a worst case scenario. Each year we will work with Public Services Engineering, we'll work with Chris and his team, and we will massage those total combined capital project numbers to determine if we're needing those funds, that debt in that particular year, or if that's something that we can spread out over a couple of years so we can smooth that. So while we're a little more certain this year and possibly next year, the out years, a little less certainty. So as we get closer to those, we'll continue to work to update those numbers and then just manage that cost a little bit better.
This may be premature of me to ask you to explain this, or somebody to explain this, but you know, we've had wonderful rains this year, and I think that it would be great when we're looking at our utility funds and when we go into having to set rates and stuff like that, I've had to explain this in Ronnie terms, which, some of you can understand and some of you can't, what the bump does to us when we're not diligent, because they think the lake's full. Why do we need to do this? Well, the lake's full and people are just using water like crazy. So I think that for our citizens, they need to understand what that bump means, because the bump is forever. Once you have the bump, you don't get rid of the bump.
I'm happy to explain that now. I also have a slide on it. I can talk about it more later. Would you want to wait, or do you want me to?
It's going to cost. The
It
more
will.
in the cost will never go back down.
That's right. Would you like me to talk it now, or do you want to talk later?
If you got it later, let's do it later.
Okay.
All right, so as we continue to move forward with the water and sewer rate plan, we've already talked about these goals. Again, it's alignment, it's conservation, it's making sure that we provide sufficient resources for the utility while we balance as best as possible affordability for customers. So that kind of captures everything here on this slide within those goals and objectives. As far as we look at the rate strategy, what are we proposing in terms of changes in water rate design and sewer rate design? Couple things to note here. Within your water and sewer rates, excuse me, you have what's called a two-part rate structure. There's a fixed charge, there's a variable charge. That fixed charge right now includes a volume allotment. 2,000 gallons is included in that fixed charge. When you pay that fixed charge, you get 2,000 gallons whether you use it or not. We are proposing to remove that 2,000 gallons from the minimum bill. This does two things. Number one, this aligns with the Texas Water Conservation Implementation Task Force's Best Management Practices Guide to Water Conservation. I won't say that again through this entire presentation. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to send a better conservation signal. If you use 1,000 gallons, you shouldn't be paying for 2,000 gallons of water. This also provides our low volume users more control over their bill. Our low volume users sometimes, not always, but sometimes are also our low or fixed income customers. So again, this is another way to be responsive to those customers by removing that 2,000 gallons from the minimum bill. As we remove that volume allotment from the bill, you're going to see a reduction in the minimum bill because we're charging for that on the volume side, so we bring that minimum bill down. On the volumetric side, we're proposing to reduce the number of tiers. Again, we have a conservation-based rate structure. As you use more, the price goes up. You pay more. We have a 6-tier structure right now. We're proposing to simplify that. When we first introduced inclining block rates within the industry, as consultants, we all got really excited. We started producing all of these rate blocks right and left. I've seen rate structures that have 18 to 22 different rate blocks. Problem with that is customers don't understand it. It also makes for some administrative complexity in administering how the pricing works. So we're proposing to simplify this a little bit going forward. That's something we're seeing across the industry. At the same time, we're proposing to take that same conservation-based rate structure, the more you use, the more you pay, apply it to both commercial and especially irrigation going forward. So that's where we hit that conservation goal. On the sewer side, same thing, removing that 2,000 gallon allotment from the minimum bill. You will not see a decrease in the minimum bill on the sewer side. The reason for that is the stability of the revenue stream. We want to make sure that regardless of what people use, that we still have sufficient revenue to pay our expenses. So we were not able to bring that sewer bill down, but what we are doing is slightly reducing that volumetric rate, as you're now going to have to pay for that 2,000 gallons. So just note that. As we look at the rate structures going forward, as I said before, we have 2 different rate structures in the city right now. We're coming in, we're aligning those rate structures. So just focusing on fiscal year 26, 1 inch or less meter, that's primarily most of your residential customers are 1 inch or less. The base bill 1979, that does not include the 2,000 gallons. When you look at the 2 current base bills, 2757 for Legacy Lewisville, 3475 for Castle Hills. We also refer to that as the Upper Trinity Regional Water District Service Area. Again, we're bringing that bill down, but we're taking away that 2,000 gallons in the minimum bill. As you use that 2,000 gallons, you're now going to have to pay for that on the volumetric side. So as we look at the volumetric side, what you see there, that 2,000 gallons, which is included in the minimum bill, that will now be charged going forward. If you use only 1,000 gallons, your bill will come down under this structure. Again, we're trying to be responsive to those low volume users. But you see also the simplification of the rate structure going from those 6 blocks to 4 blocks going forward. I'm really focused on 2026. I have provided you a projection going forward. We will continue to look at this. This is based on what we know today. We will continue to revise. We will continue to update. We will continue to look for mitigation possibilities where they exist going forward. So again, really focused on 26 as we visit today. On the commercial industrial side, again, right now that's a flat uniform volumetric rate. We're proposing to put in place a conservation-based rate structure for our commercial industrial customers. Same thing on the irrigation side. Right now that is a flat uniform volumetric rate. If we want to encourage conservation, this is the place to do it. We don't want people just taking clean treated water and wasting that in terms of over irrigating or letting that run down the street. So this is where we really want to encourage conservation. And so it's very important that we move to this inclining block for our irrigation customers. On the sewer side here, the same thing, taking that 2,000 gallon allotment out of the minimum bill. As I said, we're not able to reduce that residential charge, but where you're going to see the reduction is on the volumetric side. Right now for Legacy Lewisville, $4.92 for anything above 2,000 gallons, dropping that to $3.50. Same thing, we're aligning the structures between the Legacy Lewisville and the Castle Hill customers going forward. We've been at this for years. We're finally to the point that we can fully align those structures. So what does this mean to a customer? What I'm going to show you here is the average customer. So right now, average customer, if we look overall, 10,000 gallons of water, 6,000 gallons sewer. That does not represent every customer in the city. You have some customers that are much lower than that. You have some customers that are higher than that. So some customers will see a rate decrease from this. Other customers will see a rate increase. It all depends on what you use. So I'm just using that base comparison here, 10,000 gallons water, 6,000 gallons sewer. Right now, that combined bill in 2025, $89.28, moving that to $95.86. That is the impact for that average customer. Now, one thing I want to note, I went back and looked all the way back to 2018. Obviously, we've seen some increases over the years with that capital reinvestment. But if you run this on a compounded average annual growth rate from 2018 to 2026, what this represents in that average bill is about a 4.7% annual increase. When we look across the industry, we have a number of indices that we track. The Federal Reserve has a water and sewer index. The National Association of Clean Water Agencies has their index. Through all of these indices, what we've seen across the entire industry overall is about a 4 to 6% average annual increase. Again, you're at I think it's about 4.7% here. You are in line with what we are seeing across the industry. So yes, this is an increase, and we've seen increases over the years, but you are tracking with what everybody else in the industry is experiencing right now, all driven by that reinvestment. That is something we are seeing across all water and sewer providers. When we look at this graphically, that's what you see here, 89.28 going to 95.86. Again, I've provided you that projection out into the future. This is based on that capital plan. Again, we've got some potential sizable increases coming. We will continue to look at this every year going forward. But again, this is what we're seeing because of that reinvestment. So I'll be back with you next year. We'll look at it then, see where we're at. I show you this chart every year. I say the same thing every year. Whenever we're looking at a regional comparison like that, this is not an apples to apples comparison. Every community is different. I will also tell you, I'm working with communities right now that are above you on this chart and below you on this chart. If we look at this in October or January, it will look different because cities across the Metroplex, across the state, are looking at rates right now. They will all be adjusting their pricing going into next year. So right now, currently for your Legacy Lewisville customers, $89.28, bumping up slightly to $95.86. Your Castle Hills customers will come down as we align those structures. This is a one-time change as we align those structures. Again, we've been at this for years. We're finally to that point where we can kind of rip the Band-Aid off, get it done. Everybody will be aligned going forward. Again, this will change. I'm showing you your projected future condition with everybody else's condition today. So we'll look at this again. You may not actually move on this chart as we go forward based on where communities move within this comparison. As we look across the Metroplex right now, all of our wholesale providers are going up. So you experience increases from Dallas Water Utilities, you experience increases from Upper Trinity Regional Water District. I've got other communities I'm working with that get service from Trinity River Authority. I was with a community a couple days ago. TRA is looking at $90 million of capital investment in their system next year. So those are significant increases. Everybody is going through these same kind of impacts as we look at that reinvestment. So again, we don't set rates based on what everybody else is doing and what everybody else is charging. We have to make sure we set rates based on what our system needs. So just to wrap up, again, overall rate adjustment for that average customer, 7.4% increase for that average customer, about a little over $6.50 a month for that average customer. We do have that one-time change for those Castle Hills customers. We're fully aligned after this change. We're fully unified going forward. The key thing is this gives us that infrastructure funding we need as we look going forward to maintain our system. So I think the last thing we have, Dave, do you want to address stormwater?
Certainly. So with the stormwater rate, we've utilized NewGen to do rate studies. The last one was done in just prior to fiscal year 2023. We developed a 3-year plan for increasing the rates based on the projected projects that we had in the pipeline. At the time, we went from $4 per household and an equivalent rate based on the impervious surface. So it went $3 increase from $4 to $7. We do not have a recommendation for, actually we do have a recommendation for fiscal year 26. We have recommended that we do not increase the stormwater rate. We do have a rate study plan for fiscal year 26 where we'll bring back a recommendation to council with any proposed changes to that rate at that time.
So Mayor and Council, you want to go to the next slide? Oh. Oh, we got to back up. Sorry. Hold on. You want to get? We'll go back. We're talking about, yeah, sorry, we went out of order. All right, I'm going to go back there. So while we're flipping back, I just want to say how impressed I am with the team and with Chris Eckroot's team as well, who's partnered with us. So typically we would do rate studies, bring to you the dollar amount that we need to increase to be able to achieve our goals of running our system and meeting the capital expenditures. This year there have been a lot of moving targets with regard to what we're trying to accomplish. So I set a very tall goal for the folks to try to achieve, and that was, we heard you at the last council budget meeting, which was, we really want to stop talking about Castle Hills separate from Legacy Lewisville, and which was very hard for us because they are treated different by rates. So we had to talk about them separately. But really we understood there was a desire to really push forward in melding those rates. So not only were we trying to figure out, okay, how do we cover this gap of funding that we needed to get with a rate increase, but let's change the entire structure, not only to meld the two systems together, but at the same time, why don't we go ahead and do what we've been promising we're going to do with our sustainability plan and promising what we were going to do with 2025, which is figure out how to implement a truly conservation system. Castle Hills had more tiers within them that actually made it, to create more tiers in Legacy Lewisville made it more conservation, but let's not time that until we have AMI ready to go, which we did that this year. So we're really ripe to be able to achieve that so people can control their usage as well. But also making sure that we take out some of that base fixed costs so that people who are really living paycheck to paycheck can, if they need to, reduce down their water bills, which was important to us as well. It covers the cost of the system increases, but also achieves all of the other goals I think that council has been putting forward to with us. So with that, I'm not sure. That's the only, oh, okay, sorry. So this is the, if you were to approve these rate changes, you are accomplishing all of those kind of policy decisions with regard to that, but also you would be increasing the revenue we'd be getting by 3.6 million. If you were to do that, that also goes towards the cash funding. So we talk about trying to get to that 50-50 cash versus debt funding, and how the bond rating agencies look favorably upon that. With the amount of projects we've got, we sat back and said, it still should be a goal, but probably in the next 5 years, we're not gonna get to 50-50, but this would get us to 20%. So it's a really good effort to keeping that in years where we do have some big expenditures coming forward. I would love to, Mayor, for you guys to have a moment, especially with Chris still here, to discuss this. Obviously, we'll take a vote on this at the end of the budget workshop, but wanted to get any input from you guys.
So I think last time we talked about, at the retreat earlier this year, we talked about removing the 2,000. On the water bills, I love that idea. I'm not quite sure how that's going to help people like in an apartment, but I do think that it's going to help some people. So I'm really happy to see that we're doing that. I know 7.4% increase on the overall bill for the average user is, at this point in time, any increase is kind of, it's a tough thing to tell people that we're supportive of an increase. However, like I said before, I think this is something that's absolutely necessary. Increasing that the rates to 7.4% increase, as we can see, only generates enough money to cover 20% of the actual cost of keeping up with the maintenance and the necessary replacements of the system to provide that water. So I think it's necessary. I'm supportive of the increase. And I look forward to seeing how the tiered structure helps people with their conservation efforts. I'll also just give a plug for the My Water app, because I downloaded that recently, and I was just looking at it the other day and discovered that it looks like I have a leak, because it will give you a reading for every hour how much you're using water. And I realized that I had water usage while I was sleeping and while I was on vacation, and I thought, well, that's not right. So the public services came out, found the water leak, and it was not a minor leak, but it was underground, and there was no indication from the surface other than my meter box being filled with water that anything was happening. The only reason I knew something was wrong was the app. So I know we haven't had a whole lot of people downloading the app compared to the number of users we have yet, but I guarantee you it's worth it. It's free. You can get it on any type of device. Go check it out. It's called My Water Advisor 2.0. Go get it.
So I love the fact that this is one more way that we can start making sure the message of one city resonates with everybody, both from the legacy Lewisville side and the Castle Hills side, because we are one city. I do know from my time on the 1B board that the water coming from Upper Trinity, which was one of our major suppliers, is more expensive than other places. So I'm wondering about, as we see the Castle Hills bills go down and the legacy Lewisville go up, how much of that is legacy Lewisville subsidizing Castle Hills, and how much of it was just we discovered the margins now and the actual cost of delivering the the water to Castle Hills was less than we thought it was, so we can actually bring that down.
I believe it's the latter, but
Okay.
we can get you an analysis of that. Chris, do you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, we can provide you the statistics on that, but it really is the latter.
Okay.
It is the fact that the cost of service for Legacy Lewisville has really come up, so that differential of where we were is not to the level that it was.
Okay.
So whenever you talk subsidization, you've got to be careful because even within a class, as you look at different users, the only way to completely get rid of all subsidization between any customers is to have individual rates for every single customer. Well, that doesn't make sense. So ultimately, we're now to the point where those margins have shrunk enough that we are able to align and unify, but we can get you some better numbers on that.
All I need is an explanation. I think I'm fine. Thank you for the offer, though.
I think it's also important to understand that the water that we are purchasing is going up, and it's going up significantly year after year after year. So I think part of this is we have a new person coming into the DFW Metroplex every 3.3 minutes roughly. So none of them bringing their own water, and so that is absolutely putting pressure on the entire system. And water has been highly undervalued from a price perspective, so you're also seeing that as well. So not only is it the cost of infrastructure, but it's also just the cost of the raw product and the demand for the raw product that continues to go up with everything else that we have here: affordable housing, power costs. The more people you cram into the space, the more they need, and the more it costs to be able to get that to them because there's a limited amount of resource.
I think that concludes the comment. So thank you, Chris. Mayor, if you want to take a break now, this would be a good.
About to take a little, let's take a 7-minute bio break.
Sure.
I want to be cognizant of time on the back end, so we'll go ahead and take a break, and we'll come back at 9:42. gonna come back into session. City Manager, it's all yours.
You have not. Give me 1 second. All right. So before we get started on all of the items that fall into this budget by big move and strategic move, I wanted to give a little bit more information about our utility fund. So, Mayor, you had raised the concern about that 16 million or 16-year repayment versus 20-year repayment. I just wanted to tell you another lever we're going to be looking at utilizing in the future. We talked about doing that every year. So we have capital dollars for projects that are sitting in interest-bearing accounts, and so we know that we have currently an interest earned about $13 million there. Our intent is to utilize that towards trying to make sure we flatten that out over the upcoming years. So I didn't want you to be next year when we are like magically come up with 13 million, you're like, where did you pull that from? Just know that that is one of the levers we plan to be utilizing to try to keep that to a 16-year timeframe.
So yeah, just I think what gives me the most comfort is, I mean, I know you guys are going to work every angle you can. I think just don't surprise me if you come at me and say, hey, we're going to be doing 20-year or 30-year notes, because that would not be cool. But if you can come to me and have,
We'll have
here's how we got here. Here's all the other levers we're pushing, and we just can't get there from here. I'm okay with that. Just understand I've got some emotional baggage tied up with that 16-year number.
I do too.
Okay.
And then the other thing to let you know, just for reference, because we're going to be going by big move, and in these we will identify when there is something that's associated with an action step that you had or an action priority. But at your places, you have two documents. I just wanted to point them out just for reference. One is your 2025 action priorities. Those are your top ones that you prioritize for staff to look at. And I told you that some of them have budget implications, some of them don't. That's just what this is telling you. Like if we're giving you an update, even if it's not part of the budget, kind of what we're doing and our goals for those, our plans for those. And then the other one is just an update on where we are on a strategic focus area. So they're just for reference for you guys. I don't think you're gonna have to be flipping back and forth while we're looking at the presentation, but I wanted to make sure I gave you the full picture of all of those. With that, we'll get started. All right. So these are the items, larger items in this budget that have been organized by big move and strategic move. So for Green Centerpiece, one of the parts budgeted this year will be your design of your nature center. Our nature center, this is planned for Keeley. That's really right across the street from the industrial developments across the street, LaRue Winery, just for y'all to realize. And up north of this is Jones Street. So that entrance to Leela, this is just south of that. So this is where we've gotten authorization from the Corps, Army Corps of Engineers, to put our future nature center. And this is hiring that designer, the architect, to come up with the design for this project. So this was one of the action steps, action priorities that you guys identified, and obviously this was part of our Green Centerpiece Master Strategy. It's been part of Lewisville 2025 since the beginning, and it's one of the biggest projects we have that we have not started making progress on. There was a lot of starts and stops on this with partnership with LISD, but we are in a good place with all of our coordination with LISD, with our other partners, UNT, as well as our nonprofit partners with Leela out there to move forward. With Extending the Green, we have two large projects associated with that. Hold on, I'm having trouble flipping. One is coming up with a railroad park master plan, so the cost of that plan is $100,000. This idea is really coming out of the fact that we did a study of our ball fields and and all of our sports facilities citywide, and determined there was a need for additional playing fields. The natural idea there is to make sure that when we have a sports complex like Railroad Park, is to, if there's available land out there for future development and future expansion of that park, there is some that is close by. I will tell you that there is the family that owns that property currently is interested in working with the city to come up with a master plan and maybe possibly a public-private partnership in the future to develop those properties the way the city and that family desire, which I think right now is a discussion of a public-private partnership on future sports fields. So this would go for that master planning. And then the Duvie property and Bennett Park assessment. So in many of our natural areas across the city, Prairie Creek was one of them, near Timber Creek was also one of them. Best practices when you're holding forested areas and natural areas like this is to make sure that you do a full assessment of what's out there so that you can maintain it. The priority there is to make sure that in 20, 30 years, you don't have invasive plants that are taking over an area where you don't have a forest there anymore. You don't have a thriving ecosystem. So part of this is the site survey and tree inventories for these parks. The other part is, or properties, and the other part of it is coming up with a management plan and then seed funding for future stewardship partnerships. For just ease of reference, the Duvie property is what we informally call Bob Hope's Nose. The city purchased that years ago. The desire there ultimately may be trails. We really have been waiting until Corporate Drive got completed to be able to start really going in there and figuring out programming. But this is to make sure we're managing that natural environment. And Bennett Park was a piece of property that was dedicated to the city years ago by FedEx when FedEx developed their property. So it's on Bennett Lane. You probably have never been out there. It's behind other industrial properties. It's kind of right in the middle of it. For Old Town, so one of the things council asked us to do was to make sure we were, with Action Priority 5, was to add activities to Old Town. Mid-year last year, the direction from council was to move away from just the fireworks display in Old Town, but to move towards a hybrid drone and fireworks show. That came with additional costs. We did a supplemental mid-year last year, but this is making sure it's ongoing and part of our budget going forward. We also have a capital project that's for our facade grant program. This is for Old Town businesses that want to renovate their existing buildings. It can relate to brick repair, signage, awnings, windows, landscaping, and lighting. And this has been a very successful project. If you have seen the facade improvements along a Main Street corridor, most of them are come because the city has invested in them in some way. And so this is a capital fund, and when we run out of funding, there's no more left in it. This is where, when we bring you facade grants, this is where we're pulling the funding from. So we set that money aside. So it's replenishing that. And then festival security package, we have seen, all of us have seen across the United States that there have been horrific acts where people are driving vehicles into festival zones. And although we do have our festivals, large festivals, surrounded, trying to have like blocks, like concrete blocks or vehicles that are blocking entrances where people might be able to drive over. This is really investing in the greater safety in regard to that. So there's a barricade, traffic control barricade device that will literally flip vehicles if they try to ram them. And it's also much more movable for our staff to be able to save that, to move them. So it's easier for staff. Currently, we have a UASI grant that is going to help with some of the funding, but this is adding additional. I think this is going to be a multi-year project to be able to get for a full Western Days surrounding festival security package. For diverse and thriving neighborhoods, council has told us that affordable housing is one of your priorities. In that, we created the Public Facility Corporation about a year ago, 2 years ago. It's been, time flies. Was it 2 years ago? 2022, thank you. In that Public Facility Corporation, we entered into an agreement with Ohala, who's now under construction. Part of that is that they would pay us fees. The revenue that's coming into the Public Facility Corporation, council has directed us in the past that we want to reinvest that into affordable housing. At the same time, last year, we put some general fund dollars towards a notice of funding availability where we were asking the development community to come in and develop or redevelop some of our existing older older multifamily projects, and to ensure that there's affordability maintained, but that we get reinvestment in some of those older properties. That has been on the street, asking developers to take us up on that offer and partner with us. We have not gotten anyone to do that and to suggest that they're interested in partnering at this point. the feedback we got from developers was the dollar amount was too small. So we are going to be taking this $559,687 and combining that with the existing $300,000 funding that we have set aside in the capital project and going back out to the market. And also in there adding that we would not only be looking for rehab of existing multifamily, but we're also open to rehab of extended stay motels. This is adding additional funding to our neighborhood enhancement program. This is a program, neighborhood enhancement program. We have some updates coming in the upcoming year to this program that council has already directed us to do, so those are in the works. But with this is where neighbors can come together and present a project that helps the entire neighborhood. So this could be entry features, or it could be retaining walls, or it could be landscaping, those types of things. And then the property enhancement program is really where residents ask the city to help them with some of their exterior improvements to their homes, and pretty much anyone can qualify for this. It's just based on your income is how much you can qualify for, but this is putting additional funding into that. I'm really proud of this project. I will tell you, cities across the Metroplex are modeling their projects off of ours. We have created a very low barrier program where it becomes very accessible to people once they get in. And you know, we've even had to limit people the number of times they can apply year after year, because once you figure out it's this easy, it's the same people asking for more and more money. And so we want to spread the wealth amongst the entire community, but it's been very successful. I think this last year we celebrated $1 million we've reinvested in our community. And this is also an affordable housing initiative as well, because it allows people that are aging in place, that may be on fixed income, or just anybody that has low to moderate income. You get additional dollars if you qualify for a PEP grant. So in your base budget, this is the only, you will see additional personnel that are added to the unfunded list. This is the only employees we are adding to the base budget. So this is a new ULM repair crew. And if you have any questions about this, Aaron is here. Our Director of Public Services is here to answer any questions. But the long story, or the short story about this, is that I think council is aware, as well as our public is aware, we've had several water main breaks over the last year, 2 years. We have contracted with a third party to help us with those repairs. And they really supplement staff. It is actually cheaper to hire staff than it is to hire a very expensive contractor. But that contractor is still going to be important. The reason why is because there's specializations related to it. There can be more dangerous excavations and repairs, and we would rather not have our employees have to do that. So we will still be using that third-party contract, but we do believe that this will reduce that contractor use for us to be able to hire staff and bring them on. This cost also includes the crew, a crew truck, a dump truck, and a backhoe. Any questions on that? I'm going the wrong way. So for public safety operations, this is just putting aside funding. This is the second year of putting aside funding for future public safety needs related to our fire department. We know there's significant needs upcoming. An engine company is needed, so that's additional 15 firefighters. I finally said that right. I keep saying 13. 15 firefighters. That also is the beginning of our phase-in of the 4-person staffing, which adds enough people to make sure that we are implementing 4-person staffing, the first iteration of that. We are going to be working with the chief to come up with that phasing plan. Obviously, it has to be within budget, but being intentional about that phasing. We will be combining this funding in the future with any type of future grants we might be able to get, but this is putting aside that money for those needs.
Can I speak into that real quick?
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see this 4-person staffing coming to fruition. Yeah, I know we've talked about this for the 4 years I've been on council. This was a big focus area that I've had for a while now, so I'm excited to see that coming on board. Is this? I think we may have had some attrition of fire department during COVID. I think we lost we removed a fire inspector position. Does this bring that back into play? Do we know? Is it too granular for this discussion?
Chief McNeil, do you want to answer that question?
So that does not include the fire inspector on this. That's a different division, so we will be addressing that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
I will just add to that, when we annexed Castle Hills, we did bring on an additional fire inspector at
Okay.
that time.
Thank you.
Again, I'm going backwards, sorry. I never want to get out of here. All right. So in addition, we have an ongoing cost of $201,000. There is a exemplary status that we can receive under the Texas Public Library Standards. If you have dedicated a per capita investment of a certain amount per capita. And so this will get us to that exemplary status. This will be made up of not only print materials, but also digital materials, and our library director is excited about what resources can be made available to our public. With economic vitality, with Council's focus on Business 121 plan in the last year, we're really trying to put funding aside for the implementation of the plan. We have requested funding from TxDOT. The match, if we receive the large grant that we have applied for, the match is also substantial. So this $526,700 would be added to the funding we already have set aside, which I can't remember the amount that was.
It's the same amount here.
Same amount. For the city's local match. If the city were not to receive that TxDOT grant, we would just take this funding and put it aside, or not put it aside, but actually put it into use in making some of the pedestrian improvements that are set forth in that plan and traffic improvements. So one of the things that council members have asked me in the past is if we don't get this full grant, where would we put most of the effort towards? I believe that just given the number of pedestrians, it would be around that corporate drive area, that one area, the subsect area you see on the map there. We know that there's a lot of pedestrian involved accidents that are out there, and just some of the lighting improvements we're making are going to be in that very location. So just making sure the public and council know that's the priority at this point. Also know, just although it's not related to the Business 121 plan implementation, this we do have in your base budget a dollar amount to refresh the landscaping out close to the east end there at the top by Castle Hills, with those medians that are out there. Identity, place, and I read that wrong. I don't know why this is in communications, sorry. So in this, we are moving our Visitors Information Center over to the Well House now that our police officers, our neighborhood resource officers, have moved to the Tittle McFadden Public Safety Center. This is an empty building, and we are renovating it into the place to be in Old Town. So we've got a top-notch team of staff that are working on the design. This goes towards the furniture as well as merchandise and also activation. So there is there's a concrete area that's not directly in front of this, but in front of the city manager's office, over to the right of this, if you're standing looking at this building. That area, we will have like large games that will be placed out there while the Visitors Information Center is open. So that's another thing for residents and visitors to be able to do while they're in Old Town. And then also we will have merchandising that will be not just logos on it, but some fun stuff. I know I've seen a prototype of a Real Housewives of Louisville on one of the prototype merchandise. So I'm going to be buying that before. It's going to be a limited edition, so I'm going to be buying it before anyone else gets it. But anyway, we're excited. It's going to be a vastly different kind of feel in there. And in a future meeting we're going to be talking about some of the other components that are part of the Visitors Information Center and where their future homes are going to be. This is funding for the design of our Old Town Louisville Mill Street entry feature design. So this is basically the really large entry signs that we have going into Old Town. I know Councilman Tipton, you were not on council when that was decided, but there are 3 that are going in around Old Town. One, we're phasing them in. The first one should be starting this year for construction. It is going to be right in front of the current Visitors Information Center when you come in on Main Street. The second one would be here, and this is a piece of property the city of Lewisville just purchased. There is also a desire, although it's not part of this budget, to utilize that payphone as possibly a future multimedia public art project where, I'm not an artist, but an artist would figure out what they want to do on the outside of it, but the desire there is, could you have historic storytelling, stories of our history by picking up the phone and hearing them? Because at this very location, you could look to the left and see Mill Street Elementary, which is where our Fighting Farmers football team took down the bank robber historically. You could look to the right, and where those trees are across the street, across Keeley, is where the Lewisville Colored School was in the past. So there could be stories also about black education in Lewisville. And I'm sure there's far more stories that Ronnie Cade could probably tell us from this very corner.
Don't encourage that.
But regardless, this right here will get you the design of that second sign. Note the utilities there, so there will be some utility. We're going to have to work around those utilities or figure out what we're doing with them. Zen City Community Survey Platform. Councilman Kelly, you already asked questions about this, but we are about to close our current Zen City Community Survey. This is our first time using it, and it will close in September. But this is making sure there's funding aside for the next year. This also has additional funds set aside for our Lewisville 2035 outreach. So we have enough funding. You guys gave us ample amount to hire our consultants to develop this plan. But with the direction from council that we wanted a very robust outreach program, it's coming with some additional costs related to food and marketing and supplies to make sure we're getting out into the community, not just having people come to us. There's a one-time cost that's going to be going towards coming up with a analysis of our current wayfinding and signage in the library to make to bring it up to date, but also to make sure we're directing people in the most logical fashion, so you can find what you need in the library. Sustainability actually was one of the largest categories we funded this year, which is not normally the case, but the reason we are doing it this year is we are not necessarily purchasing it, we're starting a project where we're going to be trying to purchase all of our street lights from TNMP and CoServe. We are just starting, if this is funded, the next phase would be a full analysis of every one of the assets out there, which is a fairly labor-intensive project, but making sure we know exactly what is a halogen light, what is a LED light, because the second phase of this, once we purchase it, is to transition every one of the lights to LED. Ultimately, although this costs us much money, council saw in a past presentation, we will be recouping this within a 5-year time frame. Estimated, but we will get a full analysis once we do the full assessment of those assets. The other thing, Councilwoman Green, thank you so much for that plug, and that's a great story. I think that's apt that everyone who gets this My Water Advisor and logs on to this our AMI system is intended to, it's sustainability because it's intended to find those leaks. It's also built upon our conservation model for our new utility rates, going to allow people to have control of their usage better because they have knowledge. But what we're seeing is only 500 people have signed up so far in our entire city. We need to do better with regard to our education with our community, so this is putting money towards a mailer. With values-driven organization, this brings us first and foremost to our compensation package, which is usually our largest cost every year with our budget. So with the compensation package as presented, we have a little over 3.3 million set aside. This includes several things. One is to that step plan market adjustment and steps. Based on what we had presented to you guys at one of our workshops, For police and fire, it's moving people through those steps. It's also the market adjustment to keep them as a lead city, as lead. So it varies dependent upon the position, but it's generally around a 3% increase. This year, market adjustments have moved faster. In prior years, things are slowing down a little bit more this year. Then for our market adjustments related to our general government, if we had presented to you two options, one was 2% and one was 3%. 3% got you to lead, 2% was just short of lead. But if we went to 3% this year, and the rule for council to staff is if it's within budget, if we can make it work within budget. If we did a 3%, we would not be able to fund nearly the things we were doing for our residents. So instead, what we did is sliced it where 2% market adjustments for general government, but a 1% merit increase. So everyone that's on the general government side should be receiving a 3% increase next year. It's just what buckets we're putting it in. So it would be a 2% market adjustment, 1% merit. And then job family progressions. When we first did our compensation study a couple years ago, we presented to council that one of the problems for our organization is that we trained up general government employees, and then they would leave for another organization and take a senior position somewhere else, because we never had built in kind of a progression, a job family progression, where you might be, like, let's say a planner, your entry-level planner. Well, do I have room to grow in the organization where I could become a senior planner? And so this allows those progressions. Once you hit a certain level of expertise, experience, and you're doing a good job, your director has to say that sets forth, these are the things you need to achieve to be able to move to the next level. And if you're ready, you move to the next level. And if not, you don't move. But there is feedback given to you about what else you need to do. So we've operationalized that. This should be the last phase of your job family progressions, creating those progressions and new positions. And then FMLA vendor, this is a third party to help our HR team process FMLA paperwork. It's a pretty heavy administrative burden on human resources. We have a risk management specialist, and that's a big part of her job right now. It allows moving some of that to help some of the other initiatives we're trying to do in HR as well. Also, I will say that it's a highly legal environment and regulatory environment, so making sure that we are complying with all the laws and up to date with all laws, I think, is really important, and that's what these FMLA vendors do. It is the best practice across most organizations to do that.
Claire?
Yes.
Go ahead. Check to the
Jinx? I just wanted to make a comment about the compensation package, because that is a big number. And so I just wanted to mention, when you talked about, direct benefit to our residents, I see this as an indirect benefit to our residents. If we don't treat our employees right, they're going to leave, and that translates to a reduction in the quality of service that they are going to receive. And so this is very, very important, in my opinion. It's very, very important that we kind of maintain our compensation policy, because that it is connected to the level of service that we provide, which is what we're here to do.
Do you want to respond to that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So similar, I echo those same sentiments. I am curious, is that 1% merit increase, did I hear you right? This is just a peanut butter spread, everybody gets 1% merit?
No.
Okay, very good. So this is, somebody could get 1.5, and somebody get 0.5%?
Oh, no. So the max is 1%. It's a pass or fail.
Okay.
So you either meet expectations or you don't meet expectations. Your supervisor has to do a review on you, and your merit is only if you, but we don't do variables.
So somebody could wind up, if I have a department of 10 people, let's say 7 had the merit increase, 3 didn't, there's a surplus now?
There could be a surplus in that regard, and it would fall to fund balance at the end, and then you would be able to allocate that elsewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
In the past couple of years, we've seen a higher percentage rate of raises, if you will. And I just want to make it clear as to why we've kind of dialed that back down this year. Number one is the economy. And I mean, when you look at Denton cutting 17 million out and all these other, but the other one is the other stuff that we're doing, like the retirement insurance. I mean, when we're talking about having to move millions in to fund that retirement insurance, that's something that had to be done, and that plays as to the impact on what we can do this year. So I don't want our employees to feel slighted whatsoever.
Right. And just to clarify, like, especially like for police and fire, for example, they did see larger increases last year, but that's because of market.
Right.
So market was moving. We are still a lead city. We are doing those compensation measurements with other cities. And you guys, when we say lead, also for residents that might be listening, it's not we're leading everyone. We're in the top third. That's the goal. And the other problem is you never know where people are moving. So like we try to get anecdotal evidence, and I will tell you, like talking with other cities, there are some that are in the range of 3%. There are some that are not giving any raises. There are some that are doing RIFs right now because they just don't have the funding to be able to even keep the staff on that they have. So we are in a much better position than those cities, but we are still being consistent. The only thing we're doing is instead of, for general government, instead of doing the 3% market, we're still, every person who works here is getting a 3% increase as long as they meet expectations. Otherwise, they would just get 2%. So you, because that merit is a portion of that. But I feel like we are doing right by all of the employees. The only thing that changes is when we talk about the range. So, right, the market adjustment is maintenance worker gets paid this amount at the starting salary up to this amount. That's their range. You're wanting to make sure that that range is within market. So what that means is next year that market may be slightly behind. Now the employees who are here still get that merit, so they should be fine. They're made whole. It's just people we're bringing on, we might be slightly behind. I personally, just anecdotally, having talked to several cities, I don't think there's going to be a lot of movement in the upcoming year. And so I think we can make that up the next year because we don't have firefighters or fire initiatives that we're trying to address on this, which is a big cost in our budget. I'm hoping we don't have that big technology package associated with our police department in the upcoming year. So obviously there will be more needs, but at the same time, I think we'll be able to address that next year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for data-driven organization, this is an expansion of it's our Axon-based contract plus enhancements. This makes sure that all of our users were budgeted correctly for all of the users that are on Axon currently, but also makes several upgrades. This is not just data. This is also, to me, a values-driven proposition, being a values-driven organization. What I love about this is the addition of drones, that we are upgrading some of our taser devices. The drones are, to me, about safety for our police officers, but also about expedited abilities to resolve things out in the field. When our chief first requested drones for the police department, I was a little skeptical about how often they will be used. I will tell you that it is almost every other weekend that I seem to get onto AVL and see notes that are being said that they're deploying a drone for one reason or another. So I do think that this is something that allows us to work smarter, not harder. But also, this expansion would have all of their body-worn cameras have built into it a translation device that would be instant. It will be able to identify what the language is that the person is speaking to them. So then you don't have to wait for that Spanish-speaking officer across town to come to be able to do that translation for you. Well, I was going to go into that for a second. The only negative on this right now is that they do not have Hakachin currently programmed in. But the vendor has said that they will come to our community and meet with our residents. We can get a core group of people together to try to add that onto the system.
Thinking back to the Wings program with Walmart, that there were places they couldn't go, like across 35. I'm assuming police drones don't have the same limitation?
They do not.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next up is our Shark Tank for Park Ops and Program. This is one of the coolest things that I think we've done. I love this for many reasons. Again, not just because this is a data-driven initiative, but it's also because it's a values-driven initiative. So Stacy Anaya and her team created a kind of Shark Tank-like program where frontline maintenance workers who, let's be honest, they probably are the ones that know more than any of us about what's actually going on in the field. Is there a problem with how we're striping a baseball diamond? Well, I guarantee they know if something's inefficient way more than we know what's inefficient. So this is allowing her team to pitch ideas for efficiency, but also teaching them how to do those pitches, base it on data, and then pitch it to the parks admin team, who then chooses from those projects what to do. Last year, one of the winning teams pitched removal of the gravel at Wayne Ferguson Plaza, which was creating an issue because it was getting into the street, it was getting into the sidewalk, so it created more work for them. But it also was not as ADA accessible for people in wheelchairs to be able to roll over them. I mean, it was ADA accessible, it's just not as nice of an experience. And on top of that, it made it really hot for the trees. The gravel that was out there was a dark gravel, and the trees were just suffering because of the heat out there. So we removed that and put VitraPave, which was a new type of material we hadn't used. And we're actually going to have another action item here where we're asking council to allow us to put that into Thrive Nature Park, one area of Thrive Nature Park, as well as Thrive. Because it's been so successful. So this is to give an opportunity for our staff to be able to come up with those efficiency projects that are based on data. I do see I would love to see some type of expansion beyond just our Parks Department in the future, if funding allows for that, because it gives a voice to the people who know what the problems are out in the staff.
I love these sorts of programs, and if there's ever an opportunity for council to participate in one of these panels, I'd love to have an invitation extended, please.
So this is some of our initiatives related to cybersecurity. So this is having expansion of our existing managed detection and response services related to our email security monitoring. So this is to help identify phishing schemes and things like that are coming in before it ever gets to the end user. And then this is additional funding that's put aside for more cybersecurity cybersecurity programs. And Chris is here if you guys have any questions for him. We talked about ERP before. So ERP is our finance and HR kind of back of house system. This is going to be one of the largest projects we're working on in the upcoming year. It's going to be taxing all departments, but primarily our finance department, our HR department, as well as our IT department. We have spent the last year and a half working to plot out all of our workflows to make sure we're not just programming in inefficiencies that just happen to be with our old system, but trying to find efficiencies along the way. And then we have chosen a vendor to move forward with off of a buy board that happens to have been also with our consultant. We figured out what are the things we had to have, what were the nice to haves, the need to haves, and ultimately chose Workday as the vendor. So we're moving forward with them, but in the upcoming year, to set up the system is very labor intensive to make sure it matches our workflows. So it is going to be pulling our people from our finance department and people from our HR department off of their normal daily duties. This is a one-time expenditure to help get temporary personnel to help those teams while the other people are pulled off. This is an initiative that is really helping us stay lean. When we have projects like this, we do not add permanent employees that have ongoing costs that go through, that will then burden our budget for multiple years. We looked at this and said, okay, we know there's this finite period of time where our lean staff is now going to have to become more lean. And so this is adding some additional help to keep the lights on and make sure we're processing, these are internal service departments, make sure they're continuing their internal services at the same level. So in the last year, I think it was the last year, our new Assistant Director of Public Services, Caitlin Heron, who is here, noticed a discrepancy in our stormwater utility fees and what we project we should be collecting and what we are actually collecting. And so we believe there may be an underbilling of up to $622,000 around that in fiscal year '24. But when you determine what you're going to be charging, you have to do, except for residential, you're doing kind of an impervious area assessment on each plot of land. And so as new properties come on, the question is whether or not we've accurately done that. And where are we missing that? So we tried to do this in-house, but just because of the workload in-house and being a lean staff, again, we didn't have that capacity to get that completed in the last year. But obviously, every year, we may be losing revenue. And so what we're wanting to do is hire this company who will come in. They only get paid 40% over 48 months of what they actually collect for us. So we are estimating that at $207,000, but we'll see what they find out for us. But obviously, this is again trying to keep those rates as low as possible because we need to be collecting what are actually owed. And then every year we replace PCs, a certain number of PC computers in our city. So we have about 220 that are ready for replacement. With Connected City, Council had told us at your retreat that they wanted us to focus on Action Priority 4, which was free Wi-Fi in our parks. So we have expanded Wi-Fi to several parks. They're listed there on the screen. But this would have an additional five parks added in the upcoming fiscal year. Our focus right now would be on Creekview, Memorial, East Hill, Orchard Valley, and Rawdon Lake cities. The library has a need for, this is one of the most beloved areas in the library for kids. These are interactive computers that are at these stations that allow kids to basically use computers to learn reading, math, and technology skills. They're very popular. We are at the point where we have to replace 4 of the 6. Every year we set aside funding for traffic signal and intersection improvements. Once upon a time, you used to be able to get 2 traffic signals for $500,000. I really think it was only like 2 years ago. But now one signal costs $500,000. So with that, we have set aside $500,000 for the upcoming year. We usually do about 1 to 2 per year. We do have an additional one put on your unfunded list. This is not a big move, as you know, but I know that council has really prioritized infrastructure and equipment, making sure we're replacing and keeping up on our maintenance of buildings. And so we set this aside, or we organized a whole section on that. Renovation of our municipal annex. So we have had this in the works for a while. We put it on hold while the Tittle McFadden Public Safety Center was being built, primarily because we didn't want in one work site to have 2 contractors working at the same time, because that could only lead to problems. So what we did is wait until that was completed to be able to start with this project. We already have set aside $3 million, a little over $3 million for this project. As you know, the municipal annex is in need of a nice hug. And so this is really going to be renovating that space. There is an interest in moving our IT department, where dispatch used to be on the 2nd floor. IT department may be able to move up there and spread out on the 2nd floor. Moving some of the folks from downstairs. Municipal court will have more room to move into that, in that area. And then I think legal has maybe a small increase in size as well. But what is also really exciting is in that atrium area, it's a lot of unused space, is coming up with what is the plan for that. With our Visitors Information Center, currently it has a great area for display. It's moving some of the historic display areas over to that annex atrium. We haven't seen what that looks like. We will obviously bring that back to you guys when that gets done. And I think the project manager on that is Chris Lee. Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry, I missed the other one. Yes.
List of, well, I'm sure we do. Could we get a copy of the list of the ages of our existing facilities?
Sure can. We'll make a list of that. So next up is a renovation of our Bacchus Public Service Center. So Aaron's team has done just very high level kind of space planning and kind of future projection of space needs. But this is starting to set aside dollars every year for that renovation that will be upcoming. We also have a capital fund that's set aside for any unplanned renovations that have to happen. This could be because of an emergency HVAC repair. It could be because of electrical or structural issues that have to happen. Public Services Facilities team uses this. We were able to use this funding to be able to finish out this HR kind of open area where people, when they come into City Hall, can then see a friendly face who can then direct them where they need to go, which I think is really a lot of it's working exactly like planned. I see people come straight into the front door and they go straight over to the HR counter, and then they help them. It also helped with security. But that's putting $300,000 towards that. There's also additional funding put in your unfunded. Yes.
I want to double down on that. I know that, being the greeter for all of City Hall is not necessarily HR's role, but they have done an amazing job. Every time I pop in there and see that staff, they're friendly, they're super helpful and gracious, and I cannot think of a better way to have remodeled the City Hall, because before this it was just kind of an empty, echoey chamber, and people just looked around and didn't know where to go. So I'm really, really proud of staff for stepping up, and I'm really, really glad to have this.
Thank you. It's not me, it's all the rest of them with their design. So, Ronnie, this is where I'm going to talk to you about how our water rates work. So, with our 2026 Dallas water we have another 1 MGD bump that we are going to need to take. This is based on our projection on growth for water demands. And this is an interesting dance you have to do every year. So similar to what just to address Ronnie's issue for the public is when there's heavy rains.
Claire,
yeah.
Just a second.
Go ahead.
Explain what an MGD is, because most residents do not know what MGD means.
Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Let me just talk about the rain, and then I'll go back to that. So you can have a heavy rain year, and that can affect the amount of water use because people will then not water their yards as much. So there may be less of a usage. But with regard to the amount of water we have, it does not really affect because that's raw water, or that's rainwater, not treated water, which is what people are drinking. So we get our water from various sources. We are producing, and sometimes when we have hot months and we are kind of up to that level of usage because people are, even though it might have rained really hard in the spring, in the summer, it's just really dry. People are using a ton of water at that time and pulling from the system all at once. You can have a situation where our plant is operating at above 100% capacity. And since the last 3 years, that has happened. And I will tell you, there is nothing scarier to our public service director than having that be the case. The way we can address that is it's an interesting dance you have to do. We have to plan our millions of gallons per day, 1 MGD. We have to plan our purchase of water from Dallas Water Utilities. And the reason why, because if I don't ever want to if we never want to worry about putting water restrictions, we could buy a ton of water from Dallas Water Utilities. The problem is, if we're not actually utilizing it, I'm taking all this funding, I'm passing that along, so now our rates are super high to our public. But I'm not actually utilizing that, and at the end of the day, you can't just sit on water. Sometimes you have to dump that water too because it can get stale. So there's all of this efforts in making sure we're getting the right amount. So what you try to do is plan to where you're not taking too much and you don't have a glut of water, but you're not taking too little where you're going to have to be on a razor's edge. So every year we look at this with our public services department. to make sure we understand exactly the needs. We're projecting, the usage for the upcoming year. And obviously AMI and ability to check if you have leaks also goes into that. We're hoping that it will slow down some of our use if people are actually watching their water, and our conservation initiatives as well with our rates. So all of that goes into, just because it's raining doesn't mean that we don't have a need for water. It may mean you don't have as much need to water your lawn that given day, but it doesn't equate out to an entire year of usage and how our plants operate.
Do we have a history document on when we've taken bumps? I feel like we've taken a few bumps recently.
We have taken a few bumps recently, and the reason why is because, and we can get that for you.
Yeah.
The reason why that's changed recently is how we've been taking bumps is we have to be more proactive now. Dallas Water Utilities, because all of the other cities used to do exactly what we would do. When we came into a crisis situation, we would take the bump then. And so we would we would take as little as we had to, so not be proactive about it, and wait until there was we were really at a crisis point, and then we would take the bump. But Dallas Water Utilities was like, we can't plan for usage, and everyone's doing that now. And so they really locked down about 2 years ago about that ability. So we had a period of time where we were trying to take a bump because of hot months a couple years ago, and it took them 3 months to be able to process that. When we needed it that month. So we really need to be proactive about it more than we had in the past.
Thank you.
And when you're discussing bumps, I think the public needs to know it's not just we can go 1.2. We can't bump it like 0.2 or 0.25. And whatever we bump it, that is forever.
I think, and thank you for reminding me. That's something else I needed to say, was that once you take it, you're basically stuck with that dollar amount for the next 5 years. And if you use any bit of that take, you're stuck even longer. So let's say I take it, does it make sense besides the financial, you're putting all your money towards water you're not using. Let's say we wanted to do that. Not a good idea, but let's say we did that. At that point, we couldn't reduce down the next year. So you're really, once you make that commitment, you're stuck with that MGD. That's why we are not suggesting taking MGD until we know we can actually do that. The other thing here, and why an MGD is important, is because we know we're about to start working on our water plant in the upcoming year, which will reduce down the capacity while we're under construction. And so this is also planning for that as well. Any other questions? And then we pass along through our rates the cost of water that we buy from DWU and Upper Trinity. It's going up substantially this year, and you can see that. So when people are asking about rate increases, this is a lot of it, as well as our infrastructure needs. So going to public safety vehicle technology, so we are on a refresh plan. Every 5 years we refresh all the computers and connectivity within police and fire department vehicles, so that's what we're doing there. And then I already alluded to this, but is taking that VitraPave that was so successful, thank you to the parks maintenance team for this idea, and installing that at Thrive, as well as in that little boxed area at Thrive Nature Park. Our traffic signal detection replacement. So we have cameras across our city that are basically detecting traffic. And unfortunately, we have been utilizing a system that's really at end of life. We had a vendor that had no planned fixes. We have a vendor that has no planned fixes, but we did have a contractor that was readily at fixing these for us. But that contractor has since, I think, retired. So at this point, we are at a situation where most of these are failing because of water damage, overheating, and power issues. This is a one-time cost, but this is not the full cost of this project. We're going to have to do multiple years to fully fund all of the replacements. I will say also you have a portion of this in your unfunded list. Similar to that, we have our traffic controllers and cabinet replacements. This was a multi-year program to replace all of our outdated and damaged traffic controllers and cabinets. You know, I do see a lot of, over the last 5 years, complaints of people talking about traffic signals and making sure that they're timed appropriately and things like that. This all goes towards achieving those goals, right? So making sure we have up-to-date equipment, that we have up-to-date cameras, and then, you know, are utilizing all of that from our traffic engineer's standpoint.
Claire?
Yes.
So when we go out and look at this stuff, is that real or is that imagined? Because I see certain folks that make that complaint because they don't get green lights for wherever they travel.
It's some of both. I will say that something that we are just, actually, David Salmon, I know I'm just hitting you on the fly on this, but would you mind talking about some of our decreases in traffic travel related to some of your timing initiatives? Would you come to a microphone and talk about it? Because we've seen some success with some of the projects we've put in place in this year, like you're seeing a reduction in that.
Yeah, right now we have a pilot program that's actually active on FM 407, and that project is actually using experimental, probably isn't the correct word, but it's a new process. It's actually AI controlled, and we've noticed about a 20% increase in efficiency on FM 407 based on this AI traffic control.
Thank you.
Also, we're working on traffic control for State Highway 121. So that'll be next.
Yeah, thank you. So sometimes you do have traffic signals. You're seeing traffic signals that we're calling our traffic engineer in the middle of the weekend, like it's just stuck and there's something broken. Some of that's relating to older equipment that we're replacing now. What we're doing now with the traffic signal timing and programming along corridors is really next level of service. So when I say that, like, can we make improvements to things? We can. Do I think that all of those complaints are, I'm just sitting at a light and I'm just not happy that this is a longer light? And yes, there's some of that too.
I would hope that when we get a win like that, we put that out to the public as well. I think that's a great story.
Yeah. All right, council had requested that we move forward with the home plan for our Grand Theater, and so this is that final bit of that home program. So the first phase of it was buying, obviously the design aspect of it, but then it was also to buy all the equipment that was part of that plan, to upgrade equipment, and this is putting that the architectural changes in there, and you can see some of the drawings of that visioning. And then there's various infrastructure and equipment that are in smaller dollar amounts. Some of them are in larger dollar amounts, but just to kind of go through some of the highlights on some of these things, like the Stryker Lucas device replacements. That's for our fire department. That's replacing all of their chest compression devices that are automatic. So, for example, if I'm a firefighter and I'm taking someone down multiple stairs, but we have to do compressions, it's easier to be able to attach that device on the person while they're doing compressions, so that you are safe while moving them. Ocean Botics, I'm ROV, it's like an underwater drone. I'm really excited about this just because we know that we cover, our fire department covers our lake for not just for us, but for our surrounding cities. And so with that, there's a lot of times that our firefighters are underwater diving for, unfortunately, bodies that have people who have passed away. And so those can be long to find those folks. Ocean Botics has better sonar, and you're able to move it around like a remote control. So it goes under the water. It also has grabbers, so it can grab things underneath the water. So to me, this is about efficiency, providing better service to our public to be able to recover people. Hopefully before there's any type of demise, but then also recovery of bodies if we have to. There's also additional, you can see additional funding for vehicle parts and fleet. That's really trying to make sure we're getting more to the proactive rather than the reactive. This is an ongoing struggle. We've been working towards right-sizing that. And then the Brine Extreme Advantage Brine Maker. This is for storms, to make sure that we are, for ice storms, making sure that we are brining our streets and we have equipment that's efficient for our staff to use. Right now, my understanding is that we've been soldering the current brine maker and just basically keeping it on its last leg, but this would replace that.
Claire?
Yes.
Question. So, and I don't think I've seen this for a while, but at one juncture, I don't know, maybe 8 months ago, you and I were talking about branding on our vehicles. So when I'm out and I see a vehicle that has faded, cracked stickers on the side, it just doesn't present our city in the light that it should be presented. Was that already taken care of, or some of that in this budget, or how do we make sure our marketing is always on point?
Aaron, do you want to talk about markings on vehicles?
Sure. So that's something that we were already looking at, and we have a solution to that. It's really not a cost issue. So, but what we've come up with is we're able to make decals for the vehicles. So if you look at the vehicles now, it's a big sticker that has a white background. Our sign shop can make decals that go on there that is basically a cutout of the logo, so you don't have that white background that can yellow. And then it's also UV protected, so it doesn't fade. So it looks much sharper, lasts a lot longer. So it's just a matter of working those through the process. So we have a solution, it's just not fully implemented yet.
Thank you for that.
And I think the other thing in that is that there are some vehicles that are holdover vehicles right now, and we're actively looking at that. So these are vehicles that are not on necessarily replacement plans. They've just been kind of kept by departments, and maybe they're not utilized like all the time, and those may be ones that you're seeing, but we're actively working with our public services department to try to roll those off. There's been a very big intentionality in the past. It's just something you have to keep on because it'll slip. So based on your base budget, we just wanted to give you kind of a highlight of where those biggest buckets were. So the values-driven organization, that strategic move, 15.3% of your expenditures are based on that. For sustainability, I'm real excited that we have such a big spend on sustainability this year, and that's 11.8%. Diverse and thriving neighborhoods, which is a lot of your public safety, is 11.5%. And then infrastructure and equipment is 36.7% of this budget.
I think the sustainability also goes to our conversations last year of really making sure that sustainability was embedded within all of the departments as opposed to it being a entity that kind of hovered over everything. It sounds like staff has really taken that to heart.
I really do think that has been that different way of approaching it, and why we're kind of building that into our 2035 instead of having sustainability be a separate plan, is because when we operationalize those plans, the business plans of the departments operationalize those, right? So then that becomes what staff is looking at to fund, and it doesn't need to be a person who's running a program independent of everyone else. It's all of us rowing in the same direction.
Quick question. This is where I forget things a lot. I want to ask this question. I bet you everybody's going to say, Patrick, you're at the meeting, we just did this. But when was the last time we defined values for the organization, rather than saying a values-based organization, and we actually said these are the values that we believe should represent our city?
So values-driven organization is based on your 2025 plan. So it's written out.
Okay.
Exactly. But embedded in that is our Lewisville way. So all the shirts that we're wearing right now say our value statement, which is value, build, serve, or value, serve, build. I get those always out of order, but value, serve, build. That was, what year was that created? Carolyn would know. Is Carolyn here? 2018. So we did it in 2018. It was based on staff input. It was really a grassroots effort from the organization to come up with those value statements, primarily because we had a lot of retirees at the time, and we knew it was something special to work at Lewisville. We are less siloed than most cities, and you call someone up in a department and usually the answer, not just me, if anyone calls up someone, usually the answer is yes. How can I help you? So it was, how do we encapsulate that into a values statement? The staff, we created multi-departmental staff to just say, we're not going to tell you what our values are, you come up with it, and they came up with that. So we have currently been, our HR team has been working with our staff to figure out We do, what does it mean to lead the Lewisville way? And so we have those statements, but what does it mean as a leadership opportunity? And so we are living and breathing those values as we speak. And it's integral to everything that we do as staff. So there's not a plan to update it now, because I think there's such buy-in for that. I think that's what I'm reading you right now, but I'm not quite sure what you're.
Same poker with you. You know what, I have some thoughts that maybe for our next one-on-one's more appropriate, so, yeah, thank you.
So every year we include this in our presentation, but City of Carrollton does a cost of service comparison. This is basically saying how much value do you get for the services that you receive as a resident from your city versus how much are you charged for those, and that's the value you're receiving. And even though we don't produce this, we have for a very long time, I don't know when this was first created, but we sit at the top of this as best value for our residents.
We have been at #1 for over 10 years now.
There we go. Thank you.
This is my favorite survey of all the surveys to see.
It's my favorite because we don't even produce it, so it's great.
All right, so we're going to go to our unfunded items. So when we go there, if you just think in the back of your head, and of course council can do what you want to do with the tax rate, but if you were to go to the voter approval rate, which is what we're suggesting you go to, you'll have about $2.2 million of additional revenue that you could fund this with. We will go through the whole tax rate later, right after this, but we wanted you to at least see what is on this unfunded list, and we're going to have the directors come up and present all of their items related to this. So, do we have a microphone that they can use? Okay, Matt's got it. Why don't we have all the directors that have an item just come up and queue up right here, and then just we'll start with, I believe, David.
Okay, so the first one here is an additional staff engineer. You know, obviously we just had a bond program pass here a couple of years ago, and the first couple of years we're really trying to catch up on some old projects, but now we're starting to get into some of our new projects, and so we still have old projects we're working on. Now we're taking on new projects. With the help of Ashley, we've kind of put together a spreadsheet, and we've figured out that in order to keep up with the pace that we're going to be selling bond money for, we really need at least one more engineer and possibly another one in the future, but we're going to focus on this one and get them online so that we can keep up with our projects, because obviously when we sell bond money, if we don't use it, we're paying interest. And we want to get these projects out the door as quickly as we can. So we're asking for an engineer in this coming year to get them online and start helping us keep up with our projects.
And just to add to that, although I'm not going to add to most people's, y'all have to fight for it yourself, but I do want to add that in the long run, if we don't get to these projects within the 10 years that we're planning, it's just the inflationary costs on these projects will be, we've just seen it. Inflation is so high. So at the end of the day, I believe this is going to be a savings to us because we can move those projects. But we know that if we don't fund this, we will not get to that. So.
Yeah, as it stands right now, if we didn't hire an engineer, looking at our schedule for issuing bonds over the next 10 years, just within the next couple of years, we could basically have each engineer would probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 to 8 projects to manage at one time, which is really unsustainable. That's almost double what realistically one person can handle at one time, especially when we get into construction.
Is this the entire salary and fully burdened cost?
It's fully burdened.
This is, okay.
Okay, next up, PD.
All Hi, good morning, Mayor and Council. So what you're looking at here is a request for what we're calling, or I'm calling, a research and development specialist. This is a position inside the police department that doesn't currently exist that I would like to create. And so what we're trying to do is formalize a role that we have in our PD right now that is kind of served throughout the organization. Want to make it more permanent and centralized. This will help us risk losing any of the momentum that we have for all of our technology investments that you've approved over time. And this allows us to do that with this new position. We have big systems. We have RMS, we have CAD, we have Axon, we have Taser, we have ticket writers, we have all kinds of software that our PD runs, and right now it's all managed by just a couple of people, and a lot of them are just people within the organization that carry that workload from the day the program was created. As they move through the organization, they continue to carry that workload and their current workload as part of their job tasking. So we would like R&D to kind of oversee all of those projects as its centralized job duties. This will manage our Axon program, our accreditation, all of our new systems and technologies that we're rolling out as well. This is something that was addressed in our police department audit when we looked at access control and the ability for people to have access to certain systems within our police department. Right now, that's managed all throughout the organization. We want to centralize that to just one place. This allows us to free up a sworn officer in doing this. Right now, we're paying for a sworn sergeant their full salary to run this position, and I would like to do this a little cheaper by using a professional staff member who is specifically trained in this area to run these programs and initiatives for us. This will also allow us to increase our ability to manage our accreditation, which is a big part of what the police department does. We can centralize it in this office as well. And so with that, we would be able to move that sworn sergeant into our criminal investigations division, actually increase the number of sergeants that we have in our CID from 2 to 3. That'll reduce our span of control from 13 to 1 per sergeant right now to a much more manageable level, and allow us to do it at zero cost by adding new personnel. We can just move that sergeant internally with the creation of this position here. So that helps us maintain our accountability, our efficiency, manages our programs with 130 current tickets that we're working in our RMS program as we're onboarding it. We need somebody like this that can just be centrally focused on it and not have to deal with their day-to-day operations as well. And so with that, I'll stop unless there's anything else needed to be added.
Any questions?
So when you say direct, so we move from 2 supervising sergeants to 3.
In criminal investigations, yes, sir.
So, and it would go, so basically they'd be reading reports maybe more closely than being read today, looking for red flags in those reports, opportunities to train officers better if something doesn't look quite right. Is that what they do?
Yes, sir. And then last year you guys approved some additional criminal investigations detectives too, which added more workload to those sergeants. So yes, sir, this is critically needed.
Aaron?
Good morning. So this request is really related to funding analysis that was performed back in 2023 related to our street maintenance program. So prices continue to go up, as we've talked about this morning, and this would continue that process to provide a high level, honestly, a high level of street maintenance for the city of Lewisville. I did put in, so there at the bottom, the pavement condition index. We measure the condition of our streets. Historically, every 3 years, we moved this one up by 1 year, but back in 2023, it was 81.79 was our average PCI value, and in 25, it was up to 85. So I just wanted to show you that this process is working. You're getting a lot of benefit out of this, and this is something that it's one of those issues that if you pay for it now, you're going to get it cheaper than if you pay for it later. Those streets are going to continue to deteriorate. You're going to pay for it now, or you're going to pay for it later. So we're getting actually more benefit by paying for that now. I'm going to do something really unconventional and make a pitch for the project manager in engineering. It's another department, but it does play into this, because if they fall behind on projects, it puts more pressure on my group to get those fixed. And now we run the risk of putting money into a street that's really failed because it's kind of an emergency situation. So all that stuff plays together, but that's if I'm happy to answer any questions on this.
And just for situational awareness, when we came up with our plan in 2023, really it was because Councilwoman Green was asking some hard questions about, like, what money do we need to set aside to be able to be more proactive with regard to we know that streets that were built 50 years ago are going to start failing. How do we make sure we're more proactive? We did an assessment of all of our infrastructure, and for streets, we are now putting aside $13 million a year in your budget. So don't think that it's not it's a substantial amount of dollars, and that's why you're seeing that big of an increase from 2023 to 2025. So kudos to Public Services, kudos to council on that. We do know that the gap in that assessment is 1.8 million left. But we will be bringing back in your next retreat a update to that analysis to make sure we're keeping up on costs and things like that, because obviously inflation. So now obviously if you're thinking in your head 2.2 million, if you're funding this whole amount, you're likely not going to get to many of your all these other initiatives that you have people lined up against the wall to pitch to you. In last year you did reduce down some of these items you can reduce down on. It's just whether or not that's of interest to you based on all the other funded or unfunded items, but just wanted to make that clear. Any questions for Aaron?
So what was the pitch last year for unfunded for this type of work? Is it 3.8 million? Okay. So is this something we can expect every year, that we see multi-million-dollar pitches come into us of unfunded work? Or does this plus last year help bring those numbers down in future?
The only gap now is 1.8 million. So
Okay.
we've been whittling. It's the same amount.
That's
so
what
we
I'm
know it's the
asking.
gap, and you're just whittling away at
Okay.
it every year.
So if we put another million to this, we should see a smaller
Yes.
request next year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chief. And just for the public, I know the council knows this, but the prioritization that we have is based on my prioritization, just as a point of information to the council, but obviously council can reprioritize this all however you want to reprioritize it.
Okay, Mayor and Council, so what we're looking at here is a request from the police department to add a rank to the police department that does not currently exist. That is the rank of lieutenant. This would exist between the sergeant and the captain's rank as we're currently structured. This used to exist. We had this before and it went away several years ago, but I'm asking to add it back. This is a request for 2 of them to be added in this coming budget. It's a scaled request. The initial request to the CMO was a little bit bigger, but it's scaled to be a little more responsible with what the rest of the city is contending with as far as our revenues and our expenses. So this will help us address kind of a long-standing gap that I've identified in our department as far as supervision is concerned. I think that because we don't have that gap between sergeant and captain, our captains and our sergeants end up being stressed in 2 directions. Our captains are overtasked with a number of projects that they're responsible for, and our sergeants end up not having a senior level supervisor that is available to them in the field 24 hours a day. So this is a scaled up approach, or this is an approach that will go over the next several years to add the rank of lieutenant to our police department and then increase that number year over year as available and as we're able to. And so our matrix study identified this as a gap from years ago when we did it. We were one of the only agencies in that study that did not have this intermediate rank between frontline supervisor and senior supervisor in the police department. Without going into too much detail, some recent issues in the police department involving some misconduct and overview of supervision kind of highlighted that lack of consistent supervision that I think is what is causing that, or is motivating me to bring this forward. So this helps us maintain our consistency with our commander duties. It supports our sergeants in the field a lot more by giving them some senior level supervision that's available to them at least 7 days a week and eventually 24 hours a day as we scale this up year over year. Right now what we would do is we would propose to add these 2 lieutenants to the ranks, ultimately scaling this up to a total of 8 over a number of years that we do that within the budget. And at the same time, we would then reduce our number of captain positions from 6 to 4 and not replace them. So we would give that back as one of the ways to compromise or to manage the upcoming costs that this position would create. This will help us maintain 24/7 day-to-day operational senior level coverage on every shift of every department or of every patrol shift we'd have, and eventually into our support operations as well. And so this entire request looks to fund those 2 positions right now, and eventually as we come back year over year, we would look to increase or scale up that request as needed. And I'll stop there for any questions you may have.
And Mayor and Council, this is exactly how we dealt with adding those battalion chiefs, was over time with our fire department. So we're using the same strategy of being able to do this a bit at a time. Any questions for Chief?
These lieutenants would have direct supervision over what divisions?
So if this was approved, these first 2 lieutenants would go to our midnight patrol shifts, and so 7 days a week there'd be a lieutenant here. And the day shift Right now I have 2 captains that are responsible for 4 patrol shifts between the 2 of them. So 2 people working 7 days a week, about 12 to 14 hours a day. There is nobody above the rank of sergeant available to the patrol officers that are in the field. So the first resolution, Councilwoman Cade, is to fix the midnight review, and then next year we would then move the 2 more to the day shift and reduce the captains to 1 in patrol, and then look at support operations for lieutenants as well. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So good morning, Mayor and Council. This particular action step, as you all know, we're in the talent acquisition and retention business, right? Quite frankly, the way in which we're able to, in my opinion, function at a higher level than you see a lot of shops in muni government operate is really due to the talent that we have within our staff. This is an action step that we're actually bringing back from last year. And when you look at our goals, one of our 5 goals in our department is to evolve the human capital, right? And what do I mean by that? A lot of that is additional training, upskilling, especially in the rapid advancement of technology today. This is something that I think is imperative in order to keep our training, our skills really up to speed with these evolving technologies. With that, we currently, when we do a SWOT analysis, we believe that one of our strengths is our skills-based pay program. This allows us to be more competitive, not only on the private or on the public side, but honestly on the private side as well. It enables employees to gain these skills that are both obviously good for them, right? And we're investing in the employee, but in turn, the organization is also benefiting. Now, in that same SWOT analysis, we consider our funding a weakness in this area. When you look at roughly by department, by employee, we're roughly $971 per employee. Depending on the training class, especially some that are, when you're looking at security, artificial intelligence, you can have a training class for 1 employee being upwards of $10,000. So it's, as you can see, where we're at right now, we feel like we're just not funded adequately. And so with this request, this would bring our staff, when you're looking at 35 employees total, right under a $2,000 threshold. And that's our goal for 2027 is what we were trying to hit when we initially set out to do this. So by funding this, that would get us right underneath where we're trying to be. With that, I'll be glad to take any questions that you might have.
Just to clarify something Chris said, because I don't think the council may know this. So our IT department, it has a different pay scale than most of our other departments. It's skill-based, so it's almost like a step program for police and fire. You bump to the next step if you get a certain number of training, or like you're able to accomplish certifications and things like that.
That is correct. So we have, it's a 10-point scale, and it really allows you to move from entry level to mid-range depending on the number of certifications that you get. Once you get to mid-range, then you're on the general merit that all general government employees are functioning on.
Yeah, it is an oddity, and I don't think it's done in a lot of other cities, but I will tell you, I think it is, I always talk about creating systems that create outcomes. I think it is a system that has created an exceptional IT department that is really driven by being the best of the best.
Was this requested last year and we didn't fund it? I'm trying to remember.
It was requested and did not make it into our base last year. That is correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, this has been in tech for forever, so I feel a certain kind of camaraderie here. If we fund this, I want to make sure that next year when we have this, that the XML is accurate, that there's an unclosed div tag. I want to make sure we don't have that next year. That's
yes, sir.
Thank you.
I told him that's why we needed to get you guys trained.
I will say this one's not on Chris. This is on our team. We're just generating AI images. So I don't want y'all to think that was Chris. He knows his stuff.
Okay, any other questions? Okay,
Thank
you,
you.
Chris. Ashley?
Good morning. Make my Mike works. Okay, so a recommendation out of the Listen, Learn, Lead was to conduct a housing study. So we were going to look at what our housing stock looked like and what affordable meant here in Lewisville. So we did a housing analysis and strategy plan and also a toolkit. And so the toolkit had 3 focus areas: preservation, development, and economic mobility. And so our department with economic development has been looking at preservation through the Affordable Housing NOFA that Claire mentioned. And this is to focus on that economic mobility. So we are looking at creating programs with our nonprofit partners to create and build financial empowerment for our residents that have kids in Lewisville ISD, and also those adults that are reaching retirement or about to retirement so that they are sustainable after they retire. And then also building on our housing, first-time homebuyer education classes.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Of the pilot economic mobility program, what's an example of what something like that would look like?
Yes, so we're going to be working with United Way. They're going to be building a education program for our residents that are near retirement or about to retire, so that they have financial empowerment, so that they are able to be sustainable in their financial ability to live in Lewisville after they don't have that sustainable income coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anything else?
Okay. All right, Jeremy Booker.
Morning, Council, Mayor. So as we know, AI is expanding across all technology, and that includes building services and specifically plan review in this case. So we've demoed some softwares out there. We're impressed with what they offer. I know Claire has looked at what the City of Austin has to offer. And so what this request is for AI plan review for our commercial building permits and for our fire plan reviews. So one of the things it'll do is that it'll greatly increase our efficiency. And I just want to give you an example of a kind of a typical apartment complex. It's about 500 pages on average is how many pages an apartment has. And if you do just a quick review, on average about 5 minutes a page, that's over 40 hours dedicated to one plan. And that's over a week, and we just cannot do that. So the company that we talked to, they said that they did a full review on a set of plans that was over 630 pages, and they did it in 29 minutes. So this software will not replace a plans examiner. It's a tool that they can use to make them more efficient. So we can go from a plan review that takes about 40 hours to a complete review, deep dive, to about 4 hours. So it greatly increases our time review. And I was telling some people that if we can increase our averages by 1 day, these contractors and developers are having carrying costs on construction loans where they're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars a day in just interest. And if we can increase by 1 day only, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars that we save across the construction community. So it's a great asset not only to us as employees, but also to the construction community, to our developers, and to our property owners out there. Second thing is that it helps increase our consistency. So our different plans examiners have different experiences, they have different levels of knowledge. So sometimes one plan review might be a little different from a second plan review. So this will cut that out. With AI doing all the reviews, we will be consistent from one plan review to the next, and there won't be any surprises that one plans examiner might call out that another one won't. Also, it helps us find those deep dives, the problems, and catch them on paper rather than out in the field. It's so much cheaper to correct something on paper than it is out in the field, and that will help save money. The third thing is that it'll allow us to absorb a lot more work. So in construction, there's peaks and valleys, and we're kind of in the middle point right now. The construction interest rate's about 7% right now. We know that's going to go down. We know construction is going to go up. With AI plan review, it allows us to absorb all that extra reviews, that extra work with our current staffing levels. And we'll still keep our efficiencies. We won't increase the time reviews with extra workload. We keep our efficiencies. In fact, our efficiencies will go down, or time reviews will go down, efficiencies go up with this. So I think this is a great asset. We demoed it this week. In fact, they said that they are in the process of working with our software company that does our permitting to integrate. So we won't be working off of 2 different softwares. We'll be working through one program that loops together and works together as a system. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to let her go. I've got 5,000 questions in my head right now. I know it's shocking.
I've got a few questions. So the first one would be easy, I guess. So is the $68,000, is that a one-time cost, or is that an annual subscription?
That's an annual subscription.
Okay. So then,
So this is actually being funded as a one-time right now, because it's a pilot program. So if it's successful, we will then budget for it in future years.
Okay. So the second, and I think this is kind of getting into a bit of where she's coming from. Let me back up a second. When we're looking at AI doing the review, what's the standard they're looking across? I'm assuming they're taking standard building codes, but can we incorporate in specific modifications that the city of Lewisville has adopted into that?
Yes, so that's a great question. So it's customized to us, the city of Lewisville. It takes our local codes, our local amendments, our local ordinances, and it programs into the system. So it's not just a generic review, it's specific to the city of Lewisville codes and regulations.
Okay. And then my last question for now is, obviously, you can't just rely on a computer to do it and just assume that it got everything correct. So, what is who is, I'm assuming the same plan reviewers are gonna be going through and checking the AI, but do we have an ability to figure out, is it missing something? Or if it is missing something, or if it's getting something not quite right, can we update the software to fix the problems as they go? And is that gonna cost extra money to do that?
So even the developers admit this is not 100%. This is just a tool for the plans examiner to use, not to replace it. So they admit that, hey, it's not going to catch everything. It's going to miss things. And so it creates a report, and it prints, the page, the correction item, the page, and the plans examiner says, go in there and look, is this in fact a violation? So we will have to look for errors. We'll still have to do a review, but we don't have to do that deep dive, that thorough review like we're having to do right now. And then, so when we talked to them about setting the process up, they said, we want some plans from you guys. We want the plans that are good. We also want the plans that are bad, so we know what to look for on your system. And so as we catch things in real life, we go live and we say, hey, you missed something, this is not correct, we let them know and they correct it. And then also they kind of, as far as it changes, they said too, is like we adopt new codes, we change our ordinances, add something new, all that's included in the price. So we don't have to pay extra to change the system.
Okay, so I know we've talked about AI in the past in a way that it kind of, it teaches itself. And so like when it gets something wrong, we can help, the system kind of corrects itself. That's not the case here. There's actually somebody we have support staff from the vendor that changes or updates things.
Yeah, and I don't know enough about it to fully answer that question, but just from the discussions we've had, my understanding is that they do go in and manually change that system.
Okay, I'd be really interested to see, if we are able to fund it, I would love to get a report back of kind of what our stats are on how well it's working.
Sure, absolutely.
And that's really why this is focusing as a pilot program, is to make sure that, our expectation is that our staff is, especially on the front end, until we can true up that it's really being accurate, we're still doing our reviews to make sure if there's mistakes or not. Like how effective is it really? They're telling us it's going to be effective, but we need to be able, that's why it's a pilot program. But I think the other thing is when we talk about our city bot that we have online, we have to teach it. So when it's giving wrong information, we're having to talk to the vendor about it's wrong in this regard too. So it has to know that it's wrong, right? And that's how it's learning.
And she took care of a lot of questions because I was asking her. We've been in this business, and like my husband right now is in the middle of massive plans for a 35,000 square foot house. Why you need that large of a house, I don't know, but apparently these people do. Do we have an error rate on this? Have they given you any kind of error rate on this? This is fascinating to me, and this is an actual game changer.
It is.
This is for this amount of money, this is a huge game changer if you're in this industry at all. I'm fascinated. But have they given you any kind of error rate?
I don't recall them
Okay.
giving us that information. We can definitely check on them to find that out, but I just don't recall that if they let us know what that was.
I'm fascinated. As a pilot program, I think that this is something that is a must for us to look at and try, especially when I know the manpower, the human manpower it takes to go through this stuff. And if that could be shortened and somebody follow up, like we know where the critical areas are to make sure that it just takes so much of the time away.
It does, and one thing that I forgot to add is that there's two aspects of this. One is the plan review, and there's also a pre-check. So when an applicant is submitting their plans, they can go in and do the pre-check before they even submit it and to see if anything's wrong. It won't do the deep dive like with the plan review, but I would say at least half the plan reviews that get rejected on the first review that have corrections on the commercial side are because there's incomplete or missing information.
Oh, absolutely.
And if they can catch that before they even submit it, because now we go back to the applicant, okay, you gotta submit this stuff, they get it back to us and it goes back in the pile, all right?
Yeah.
And so they're losing 2 weeks of time.
2 weeks, but we're under a certain time constraint with the legislative changes, and that's only gonna get
tighter.
Every 2 years, we're gonna find that. Eventually, they're gonna give us a 24-hour turnaround, and then we're gonna get fined if we don't do that. So, at the rate it's going, I love this.
So this is interesting. I've actually done plan review and taught people how to do plan review. So and working with cities, I know that this is a drop in the bucket. I mean, you're probably going to get back 3 or 4, maybe 5 times your money here.
Easily.
This is an easy one because you're going to get paid back on this easily. One item in the field is going to cost you $68,000. So, yeah, this is a great. Yeah, it's not an end all to end all. There's still the human input on this, but it just means they can focus on other things with the AI already doing the base part of it. Then they can go back and catch other stuff. So I see this as a total win on this one.
To add to this, just my pitch for it, a little bit added to it, but I mean, this is an innovation, right? Like, so are there other cities that are dipping their toes in this? They're big cities. They're not cities our size, but I'm proud that we continue to be willing to be on the front end of kind of experimenting with regard to AI and technology and things like that. The thing ultimately, in my vision of this, if it's successful, if this pilot program is successful, is I know it sounds like it could be cold because there could be, we're dealing with just computers identifying this. But if we could free up staff's time to put that human touch, which goes back to some of the conversations, Mayor, you and I have had, where we already are lean staff, if we can free them up from an economic mobility standpoint, when we've got small businesses that don't know how to navigate systems like this, can we be more of that personal touch because they have more free time to help them along? Those are the goals. We have plenty that our staff can do to make our service even better.
A couple quick questions here. So, one, have you worked with Chris's department to say, okay, we vetted this out, this looks good to us, and
Yes, sir. So we actually did another demo just this past week, and Chris's team was there and involved in the questions.
This entire body of work around AI is we use this all the time for coding, which is very similar. Right? We're not getting rid of any developers, but now my developers can work at a higher level to the degree, right? They can work up and not doing this route stuff. The way it works in the development world, I imagine it works similarly. You may ask it to go through and code something, write a DAX query or whatever. You'll look at it and you'll go, okay, that looks pretty good, but what about, so I'm chatting with it back and forth, just like I would a mid-level developer. I'm assuming this is very similar. It comes back with some sort of plan. You say, but did you consider this? I'm assuming there's a chat feature for this where you're actually interacting with somebody, or AI as if it's somebody?
I don't know the question to that. The demo that it had is that we just upload the plans, it reviewed it, and then it came back with a report. So I don't think there was any kind of chat feature going on, at least not what they showed us anyway.
That would be interesting, because this is the way I always kind of pitch AI for the development world, is it's about a mid-level developer. It's not perfect, but it's about what I'd expect out of somebody with 4 or 5 years of experience. And now I can ask it questions as if I'm talking to a developer, that's where the big benefit becomes apparent, because now it's just like I have a staff person I'm talking to. And it actually does get very personal. It's like, yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that question, Patrick. And it gets very personal back with me. Anyway, interesting if it has a chat feature. And then let me ask this question, because you had made a really good point that the developers will benefit from this from not insurance, but interest. That's the I word, is interest. Is there a way to, if they're going to be getting that big a lift, is there a way to pass some of this along, the cost along in permitting fees?
That's absolutely something we can look at.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. So Austin's pilot program, what they do is they allow this to be available. I don't know if it's this program, but their program that they're using allows the public to utilize it as kind of the first review of stuff, so that it helps them. They allow one free use, and then after that they start charging you extra, so that it is a revenue generator.
Even if it just covered the cost for this, and you go back and say, okay, we're going to partner with you, but we're going to guarantee your turnaround time will be half of what it would be somewhere else. But that's why our permitting fees are 30% more, is because you're going to benefit from this. So I'd just be interested in exploring a way to let everybody invest in this, but also reap the benefits from it. And I think that's all I have.
I bet you didn't expect this kind of energy and excitement for this.
I was hoping for it. I really was. Like I'm excited about this, and I was hoping this is.
Not with AI, but we actually had independent reviewers that we taught our technical design guidelines and ed specs, and we taught them how to read these, and so they take these and then they spit out comments. Well, again, but we still have a PM that actually takes those comments and vets all those comments. But obviously they have way more time now to analyze plans than they had before, because they're not focusing on the technical design guidelines.
Right.
They're focusing on what they need to for the project, and going through somebody else's comments is way quicker than having to do comments on your own.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely.
I'm assuming if this is really using AI behind the scenes, and I say that because there's been actually some companies have been exposed, not using AI, but actually just paying cheap labor overseas to do things. But if it's really using AI, the way it should update itself, or have somebody update, is through prompts and rules. So instead of cracking open a code base and having to get a developer like myself or somebody from my team to come in, write new code, it just says, here was a mistake you made, here's what you should have done. And it should be super easy to update the knowledge base for this thing, I would think.
Okay. I don't know enough to comment on that.
Chris, back me up. Were you listening at all?
Well, not only that, you guys asked another question with respect to the error rate. And so we inquired about some of those same things, and we were told roughly 90% is what they're achieving. And so we'll see, when we go through but again, at 90%, that's pretty darn good. And you were asking, I believe, Councilwoman Green, about the human in the loop. And so in essence, this does not, there is human interaction from the standpoint of approving all of the plans, and you're right in that it's going against the current rule sets that we upload. So I'm not so sure about real-time training of AI, but yes, is the answer to your question, sir.
Just to also point out that I'm very, Jeremy has an initiative this upcoming year about having a building construction innovation task force with a multi-departmental team, really to find these efficiencies in all of his processes. I'm very proud of his initiative in this regard, but this is part of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, this seems like a pretty low-risk opportunity to figure out what we can do. I've seen the impact on plans with the flooring industry. It's a game changer as far as it being able to look at plans and spit out data that's needed for construction. So I'm hopeful we find opportunities, but it's anything that's as well documented as this plays right to AI's strengths, because they can use our own stuff for us. With that, I'm gonna go ahead. Lunch is available, so we're gonna go ahead and take a break since we're halfway through the list. And I'd ask if everybody, in the interest of time, we can be back and ready to roll here in about 25 minutes. So with that, we're gonna take a lunch break. too. So, all right, welcome back. We're on to the second half of the unfunded budget list. I believe that's where we are. So, when y'all are ready. I think next up is ITS drone program.
All right, and we're back. Priority number 8. I know 8 is everybody's favorite number. The previous pitch was pretty cool, but this is cool as well. So,
Super cool.
so on June 6th of this year, our president came out with a new executive order, and it's titled "Unleashing the American Drone Dominance." And so with that, we believe that this is going to open up some opportunities for us with respect to the rules being a little broader for our own city operations. It will also require us to create an official training program for certification. Right now, you've got to have a pilot's license to fly these guys. So all of this is changing as we speak. We think that the radar requirements are going to change as well, be a little more lax, leveraging more of the cameras and the autonomous detection on the drones themselves. All of this, like I said, is a moving piece. FA 108 is currently in comment section. This is the rule set for the FAA, and we anticipate that first quarter, so January or February, is when these new rules will go into effect. So what are we trying to establish? It's really twofold. We're wanting to create a overarching program for the city, right? So in years past, we've had several departments, police department, fire department, leverage drones for very specific use cases. And we see some opportunities for other departments too, right? And so that second piece, we feel like we could really leverage the drones for any type of above ground infrastructure inspections. Really cool use case. You heard earlier our city manager Claire talking about emerging technology, and this is one where you're seeing a lot of momentum. What we're asking for specifically is a Skydio drone. Skydio is an American-based drone company based out of California, and as well as the actual platform. It's the drone in the box, if you will, so having an external launching pad for these. And so some of the use cases that we're thinking about right now, for instance, is being able to potentially envision leveraging drones on top of fire stations, for instance, right? And right now, when you have your station alerting that's bumping, your calls out to your fire stations, what if you could also bump that out to a drone program, right? To where you have strategically, your fire stations are already strategically located throughout the city, right? And so you would have this drone on top of these fire stations that it could get the call as well. And I'm giving you a use case that we would have to pilot and all that, but I'm giving, right, an example. And whereas with that, certain call types, let's say it was a medical emergency or a certain fire, if you will, you could send that drone first as a first responder. In essence, doing a lot of things that your battalion chiefs are already doing, right? You're going to get situational awareness to see if you need to scale up, things of that nature. So that's really the intent. We're wanting to create this program, again, to kind of coordinate the efforts citywide, as well as for our department to be able to have technology to do some of these POCs, not necessarily tying up PD or fire's operational resources. In addition to those two pieces of hardware, part of the funding too is to leverage Skydio to assist us with the creation of our program. But with that, I'd like to take any questions that you might have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ronnie, did you have something?
I might.
Okay.
And so it would take all the drones and centralize them? No.
No, ma'am.
New drones.
Right. So, no, I don't. And I might have been confusing in the way in which I explained it. PD and fire, they've had long established programs. And so by no means are we wanting to change the trajectory of what they're doing. At the same time, there are some shared responsibilities, right, that we could coordinate with to collectively do this overarching throughout the city.
So this could help in certain areas. It could help like our public services detect leaks out in places where we are not.
Right, that was the use case I was that I think I've been using as the example. Just recently, we had a water main break, and the situation there, our public services department was like, we can't identify where it is. We know that with this amount of water pressure loss at our water plant, it should be a geyser, or so if it's not visible somewhere, it's probably somewhere no one's got their eyes on it. So they eventually found it. It was behind a wall close to a city facility, but at one point there was a thought it might be on a water line that's crossing Leela, and there was talks about we may have to go start hiking across Leela, which is a huge waste of staff time. If you have a drone, you could have just sent that drone across. So luckily we found it. We were actually in partnership with the fire department to talk about leveraging their drones to be able to go utilize that. If we couldn't find it, we found it pretty quickly, so it ended up not being an issue. But if that were an issue, to me, the excitement about this program is the police and fire department are actively thinking about how to utilize their drones. Our building inspection department is not, because they don't have a drone. Our engineering team is not with regard to inspections of infrastructure because they don't have a drone. So this enables this to be a resource for all of our departments, for all of them to start thinking, how do we use this innovatively?
How many drones is this?
This is for one drone in our department. It's one drone, it's one autonomous launching station, and then it is the professional services from Skydio to assist us with the creation of our program.
I think the way I'm thinking about this is I don't want to key in on what he's got here on the slide. Enable automated infrastructure inspections and mapping. Where I am seeing a tremendous amount of utilization of AI and drones is in mapping your tree canopy. We talked about having somebody to come do that. We're trying to find all of our lights within the city, doing the road infrastructure, the 85-point thing that we do where, So many, if not all of these things where we've got people driving out in trucks and taking video footage of things and then getting that video processed somewhere, because there's not a person flying a drone and counting. They're just flying the drone to get the video, and then there's an AI bot that's going, I know what streetlights look like, and I'm going to pick them up. I know what garbage cans look like, and I'm going to count those so I can pin them on our GIS maps, so I know where my guys have to go to pick up trash. So in my head, that's where I'm seeing this, and I think our IT team is capable enough of being able to take a drone and it's not just a guy flying it and using it as a way to not drive somewhere. That I would hope that you're using this to capture video that we could then process and turn that into actual data maps that we can put in GIS.
Absolutely. Mayor, to your point, what's exciting is to see really the combination of these technologies, right? We all know how fast AI is advancing. Well, autonomous drones, if you will, are at the same, not quite the same rate, but at a fast rate as well. And the autonomous feature is what's really key here too. In years past, beyond line of sight was hard to achieve unless you were really in the public safety sector. And now we feel like this is going to open up that autonomous flight for other areas. And just like what you're talking about, like for street lights we were talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Or for PCI values, or if you're looking at things that we would like LiDAR on, for instance. You mentioned the tree canopy. All of these are now a true reality, and some of this stuff we would outsource anyway, right? We would leverage a third-party company to come in and do it for us. So being able to potentially have these in-house, I think, ultimately is a savings. But to the city manager's point, it also gives us the ability to look at all the various use cases, not just ones that are specific for one department, mm-hmm. right? And so I think collectively, it really opens the door. I know you were asking me, Councilwoman Green, how many are we getting? And I just said one. And I know that might seem like Well, one, right, for that dollar amount. Again, additional services to assist us with the program. The drone in the box, all of that NEMA enclosure, that's part of it. But also, we're looking at Skydio because this is an American-made drone program. A lot of the other ones you can get cheaper. DJI is one of them, for instance, but that's a PRC product, you know, and so we're cognitive that at some point in time those might be on our banned list of technologies, and so we don't want to obviously invest in something that we think might be short-lived as far as use cases for us.
As far as like when we're talking about our our master lake park plan and the redevelopment of that, this could also be used to go along our shoreline and to locate for erosion control.
That's another very good use case that you just came at. Absolutely. This is anything that you're looking at, again, above ground, right? So anything that you're trying to look at from an assessment type scenario, any of those assets.
Okay, so I'm gonna risk setting off Ronnie, but I'm gonna go back to this wing thing.
Don't worry about it, honey. It's hard to do.
So when we had the people from Wing come over and talk to us at council, they talked about not being able to go over.
Because we were east siders.
Yeah, over 35 or even 121s. The highways were a problem. Are we going to have the same? If we have one drone, is it going to be stuck to a quadrant bound within highways, or can we go over? Could this one drone serve the whole city if needed?
Right, I completely understand the question. I can't answer you 100%, meaning that until these rules are established, we won't know. As of today, it would be problematic. But again, we're envisioning first quarter with the adoption of the 108 rule set. We believe these rules are going to be relaxed, meaning just like I was telling you with the pilot's license, that's not something you're going to have for autonomous operations. And you know, in turn with that, where you're looking at a lot of these municipalities that have done this or organizations, you had to have ground radar in place, and looks like that's going to be lifted as well. So I don't want to mislead you. We believe that's going to be the case, but until that rule set is finally published, which should be January or February of 26, we will not know for sure.
Okay, so that just goes into the location of, you know, we're talking about this includes one launching space, you know, where's that going to go and where's it going to be able to go?
Affirmative.
I wanted to get you an assist with Chief right here.
Hey, to answer your question, right now only public safety is allowed to fly anywhere in an airspace where they're authorized to fly, which is under our certificate of authorization. The Wing project, because it's a commercial operation, they're restricted by airspace regulations more than we are. What he's alluding to, that 108 authorization would allow them to do so if all of that is authorized by the FAA at the same time. So the potential is there. The Skydio system that he's referring to in here is also a part of our base budget that we've presented to you from the police department's technology side. The Axon contract includes 3 Skydio drones and hives that are going to go into the public safety deployment for what we call a drone first responder program. Like he talked about with the use case from a fire department's standpoint, if we had a box response, is that right, Mark? A box response, a fire thing, a box response where there could be a fire going on, they would you could send a drone ahead of the engines. They would be able to see in their vehicles and control the drone and have eyes on long before a fireman even gets there. From the police department side, the same. We have a crash. We have an intersection light outage. We have a suspect that's running from the scene. That drone can launch ahead of time with officers controlling it, not having to watch and man it. This public safety and infrastructure management aspect, this is a huge investment in the same direction. What you're looking to approve here supports and bolsters what you already have in your base budget and gives us a lot of more directions we can go, if that helps answer your question.
Yeah, thank you.
I do. Actually brings a question up to my mind. So can we not use the police drones that we've already approved to go do the box review or something?
So you can. In that case, we currently don't have the autonomous ability to fly what he referred to as beyond visual line of sight. Right now, you have to physically watch the drone to watch it operate. And so this advancement is a step beyond what the Axon advancement will allow us to do to move into that beyond visual line of sight. Theoretically, these authorizations through the FAA would allow the same thing. We just haven't seen them yet, so we're not sure if that's what they're going to allow.
Thank you.
And I would like to thank my co-presenter. Are there any more questions?
Does it require an IKEA Allen key to work on it? Because that's really scary.
No, I don't believe it requires IKEA.
I think the 160,000 would cover that if it did.
I would hope. I would hope. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think you're next up, Chris, too.
This one isn't quite as sexy. This is an action step for DNS, domain name services, if you will, for our .gov domain. There's a few pieces to this that we get. There's really only 3 companies that you can use for domain name services for a .gov domain, one being Microsoft, Amazon Web Services, as well as Cloudflare. And we're electing to look at the third. Packaged with this is also web security. You also have an enhancement with respect to your sites being cached closer to the browser. So in essence, you should be able to resolve our domains faster. It also has security built in as pertains to SSL encryption. So it's a package deal. Again, if we're going to move forward with .gov as far as our domain, this will be a requirement. What we're wanting to do first is to look at changing all of our outward-facing websites. And the reason you do this really is for public trust, right? In the age of misinformation, it's only going to get worse. At the current time, we're not mandated to have a .gov domain, but we definitely anticipate that's coming. That would, again, be our first phase. Our second phase would then be to change our email addresses, right? So we would be a .gov domain on the email side. But again, this is a prerequisite in order for us to move forward with that initiative.
I actually find this very sexy. Yeah, I really do. So this is anybody can get a .com address. Most people can get a .org address and get .net, .info. Those are really easy to get. The .gov actually has, not everybody can get one of these. You have to be qualified to do this, right?
That is correct. You've got to be a government agency. Yes.
And that goes back to the trust in the .gov. Now, for clarity, this wouldn't be City of Lewisville.gov. This would be Lewisville.gov.
This would be Louisville, Texas.gov.
LewisvilleTX.gov?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Louisville TX.
Okay. And then this doesn't mean we have to like rebuild a bunch of sites, right? We can take our site, lift and shift it over into the .gov.
100%. What we would do initially, right, if we change the URLs, we would still redirect for all of the marketing that's already been established, right, until we could have new marketing. That way it's not null and void, right, what we've already done. But yes, this does establish new URLs that would actually have a .gov domain on the end, but that does not, it's not a creation of a website.
Right. And you can go through, I think Plano does this right now. If you go to plano.gov, it redirects to planotexas.com or whatever. Do that for a bit, then flip the switch to go the other direction, I'm assuming.
100%, sir. That would be the way in which we would implement it.
This is another thing that goes back to optics trust. I was a little bit surprised when I joined that we didn't already have a .gov domain. So I think this is a great project and worth doing for sure.
Thank you.
All right.
So I'm going to talk about the next two kind of together because they're both traffic related. Who loves sitting in traffic? No. So I briefly looked up a People magazine sponsored survey. They surveyed 2,000 Americans and revealed that 61% would do almost anything to have more me time. Even higher, 86% said having time to themselves is vital for personal well-being. And then another survey, well, that's enough. So you get the point. Time's important.
If you're sitting in traffic, do you not have time?
Not, not with your family.
Is this a DCTA plug?
So the next two items are, this is cabinets and then video detection. The reason I bring up time is sitting in traffic is you're not spending time with your family, you're not able to do work. If you try to monetize this, if we could save our residents 5 minutes on their commute every day, that equates to $420 a year, that we're essentially at $20 an hour, which is a pretty, certainly not the average income of our residents, but time equals money, time equals time spent with our families. I would challenge you to find another action step that gives our residents time.
Sorry, I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
So how that relates to these two items is if
How much time is it gonna take?
depends on how much funding you give us. So the cabinets and the video detection for traffic signals can, and the old ones are the limiting portion of capturing that time or making those signals more efficient. So the technology in traffic modeling, operation of signals is taking leaps and bounds every year. It's moving very quickly. If you have old cabinets, you have old video detection that either can't capture the data you need to do that modeling, or the AI, take advantage of AI technology or those kinds of things, or you have a cabinet that can't implement it, then you obviously are not able to take advantage of that. So that's what these two are all about. We already have a program for both of these, and this is just continuing that program. So the video detection, we already have it in the budget to fund $210,000, basically to replace, to finish the program and upgrade everything in 10 years requires $420,000 a year. We already programmed 210. What we're asking for here is the other 210 to keep us on that 10-year schedule. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Where would be the first block to be replaced? Would it be south? Would it be Business 121 and Railroad by chance?
Is that critical for you approving this action?
It's very critical. I would ask the police chief right now to cover your ears, please. I have sat at that light more than 8 minutes, more than 10 times. And I have run that light more than 5 times. And it's always when a DCTA train comes and it changes everything, and then we're sitting there still, and we're all sitting there even though some of us can turn safely.
This doesn't help your cause, but
So
I
some of
will, I
us
will tell you that
turn safely
DCTA is
anyway
reworking that.
against the red light.
So
DCTA is working on that.
That is something that technology can improve a lot, because the way it traditionally works, the train comes through, it resets. Think of traditional.
We need to
signal.
reroute the train, that's what you're saying.
They're just simple clocks set on timers that go through a progression. When the train comes through, it resets all of that, and it may take a cycle or two before it gets back.
2 or 3.
New technology can make that happen much better.
So where is the first box
But
going?
hold on, so 121, if it's a state road, are we
control the signals.
We still control the signals even on a state road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There you go.
All right, let me go through, so maybe I missed this, because I just want to make sure I'm hearing it in my head right. So right now, we've got 60% of the infrastructure replaced. I thought I heard in my debrief that in base budget, we will get you to 70%.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so this ask is going to get us another 10% on top of that to 80%, correct?
It just continues the program that we work through
Gotcha.
every year.
Can you take me to slide 11? Priority 11, okay. So I'm just looking down here at the bottom. So in our we've got a 10-year replacement plan, so $421,000 a year for 10 years, we'll get our system to this next tier.
We're not still 10 years away, so we're about 7 years away from having it completed.
So if I continue to fund this at 210,500, am I going to stay at 7 years, or am I going to accelerate that to 3.5 years? What is the math doing there?
So I think if we stay at this funding level, we will stay on that 10-year schedule.
Which is 7 years left.
Yes.
Okay, but if we accelerate this, if I give you this money, do we go faster than 7 years?
No.
We go 7 years.
We go
If I
7 years.
don't give you this money, we're going to slide out.
Correct.
Beyond 7 years.
Correct.
Okay.
I can't take that. My psyche does not take that.
Can I invite you up here to help me make my?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I wanted to see where what needle was moving with this, so thank you for that.
All right, next up. I think that's Aaron. I think this might be yours.
Oh. Not important. So this is so we have already programmed 300,000. So this really is planning. It's a capital project that we establish, and we refund it as needed, and it's time to refund it now. It takes care of primarily emergency HVAC failures for really the big systems. So like that Thrive or City Hall, the big chiller systems, when those go out, they can be very costly. And then storm-related roof damage, those kinds of things. So it's only used as needed and spent down as it's needed. But when those things happen, it is serious and it needs to be addressed immediately. It also, this capital project is also used for remodels. We talked about the remodel that's happened here in City Hall. That process gets approved through the city manager's office. Those are prioritized. So it's not like, you're putting money in a, you're not giving me the power to remodel everywhere I want to, so essentially.
So should I be thinking about this as a fund as opposed to thinking about it as just a project?
I mean, it's a capital project that we do this pretty regularly. So you may have capital projects on general sidewalk repairs, and then we just start making those sidewalk repairs along the way. This is the same thing. We have it for facility improvements that we set aside.
So this would be general fund dollars when we're talking about the fund.
But we've earmarked them for
yes, for
these kinds of
specific uses.
Yeah, like we earmark for sidewalks or fences or okay. I've just never seen it. Yeah, because in my head we put $1 million something for sidewalks, and then you'll come back to us and say, hey, we want to top that. We want to go to the next level. We think we can make it $1.5 million per year from now on.
Think of this like, so it's really running the same way, but think of it like what we talked about, the facade improvement. So like we have a capital project there. When we run out of those funds, we come back for replenishment of that. That's basically the same thing here.
Okay, more like that. Okay, that's fair.
One other thing I'd like to add on to this is we're talking about unplanned repairs here. The Public Services Department does have a 5-year planned repair list. So we have a separate project for that where we're putting ongoing funding. I want to say it's about $1.6 million each year towards those planned initiatives as well.
Okay, so that's how I was thinking about this, was as a planned. So this
We're
is just
planning
more
for unplanned repairs.
So this is an emergency fund, and if we get lucky and don't have to spend it, then it's just going to keep rolling until we spend it down, and then come back and ask for a one-time. Okay.
Exactly.
Help me understand, there's already 300,000 dedicated to unplanned, right? This would be another 200,000 on top of that? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's actually why they were, because we were able to fit some in base budget, they didn't rank higher, but that was the only reason. I mean, they're all important, but we have some in base budget. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is lucky number 13. You're almost done. So this is, you may recall back on February 21st, we had a presentation on creating a centralized volunteer management program. We have great volunteerism throughout the organization, but this is a follow-up to that item. So we have gone ahead and, I would say, value engineered this proposal from what you saw in February. At that time, we talked about some software costs and a full-time job. We were able to build the software piece within our existing budgets, and so this is for a part-time position. But the objectives remain the same, and just to remind you what this person would be doing for this part-time volunteer coordinator, recruiting and onboarding volunteers, so helping us be centralized and effective in how we go out and source and find volunteers, leveraging this new software program in order to help them find volunteer opportunities across functions in the organization, helping us do a good job at onboarding them and retaining and engaging and checking in on our volunteers and making sure they're having a wonderful experience. There's a community engagement element with building partnerships on the nonprofit side, on the faith-based side, et cetera, but trying to build some connection points there and source more volunteers out in the community, and then just managing the program. So those are the concepts. The value add for this item, right now we ballparked when we talked in February, we're doing about 14,000 hours a year in volunteerism. We think the number is actually a little bit higher than that, but regardless, seeing what we saw from some of the benchmark organizations, as we add some resources to centralize and focus this function, we think we could at least double those numbers as we get to a fully realized program. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all may have about this one.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hello again. This is definitely not a very attractive request, but a very necessary one. So what we're looking at here is a request to increase the police department's base budget for overtime usage. The whole point of this is going to allow us to close a gap from our unfunded to what we're actually doing year over year on a historical basis. This covers our overtime and then any adjustments we have to make to TMRS and Medicaid that are tied to that. This directly supports our patrol, our communications, and our jail. All of those operate on mandatory minimum amounts of staffing that we don't have an option to drop below. And so when we have issues that impact the department, from critical incidents to personnel issues, challenges, injuries, leave, what have you, we have to manage that by putting people on duty, and sometimes in a mandatory fashion that's covered through overtime. And so this gives us a better perspective to have kind of a realistic base budget. It reduces our need to come back at mid-year for adjustments and asking for additional money back from council to manage within, and also helps us manage our own internal bookkeeping without having to trim necessary services in order to make our overtime budget work better. And so what we've done to manage this internally is over the last, at least in my time here, we've been able to reduce our overtime consumption between 30 and 40% on a fiscal year based on controlling our scheduling, controlling some of our approaches to how we are bringing people back, or how long we're keeping them, or how we're paying them back on the other side of the work that they put in from that week. But even in addition to that, with those adjustments, we still anticipate a $300,000 to $400,000 shortfall this year in overtime, just based on operational need of the police department and public safety. Overtime is a necessary evil of public safety. Unfortunately, it is a requirement that we have in several areas of the city in order to keep us essentially operational. And so with this funding, this will give us a more sustainable and realistic approach to what our budget actually is with respect to overtime, helps us maintain that continuity of service that we're operating within the city. And it's really, this is not an expansion of our program. This is a kind of a correction of our underfunding. So hopefully you'll be able to look at it that way. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Chief.
I just wanted to add one more thing. So typically what would end up happening is if he would be over on police typically are over on their overtime. But what we would do is say, find this in your budget. And so they would have salary savings, they would reallocate that to this. That's why it's lowest on my priority, is just because, or one of the lowest, is because they have been able to make it work. It's not best practice by any means to know that that there is a budget that's over that. The other problem has been with the police department is not feeling that there was adequate management of that overtime usage. But since Chief has come, they've done an exceptional job in trying to control that and kind of putting them in kind of an order with regard to priorities of who gets approved and things like that. And with those rules in place, we feel like they have, this is a true up number. So we are comfortable recommending it. We have not been comfortable in the past until this point.
If I could make one more point that my boss wanted me to make, which was talking about some of our vacancies. Right now, we're holding about 12 hard vacancies in the police department. In addition to that, I've got about 14 to 16 that are in training. So while I have 14 to 16 I'm paying for, they're not usable right now because they're in training. So you're really looking at closer to 30 positions that are hard openings in the or that are openings in the police department, and we manage that through overtime. Some of the other things that we've been doing is we have something in our budget this year, which is a scheduling software that will allow us to better understand who's using overtime, when, and for what purpose, so that we can better understand how our expenditures look. We're also working with human resources for some different approaches to how we can manage extra time beyond regular time. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
So when we have an officer that is working overtime, is that a time? How does that pay? Is that time and a half? How does that work?
So overtime calculated at all time and a half. Yeah.
Time and a half, basically. Okay. And we have, you said 12 vacancies that we can't fill, or they're frozen. Talk to me about the vacancies.
Oh no, they're completely open, but we maintain right now with our current staffing, we are at about a 1.6 to 1.8 per month attrition rate, just based on the last couple of years look back. Mm-hmm. So every month we have people that depart from the organization for any number of reasons. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's higher and sometimes it's lower. Last year we had a moment or two where we were higher than we have been in the average, than we've been lower. So all of that balancing out over time catches up to you, right? And we don't seem to have any problems recruiting people to come to the organization. We have dozens of applications for openings. It's just processing those applications and getting them into the pipeline, and then getting them trained and available. A new officer takes about 6 months in basic police academy training, and about another 4 months or so in field training, and then our own internal mini academy that we put them through. Generally speaking, it's about 12 months from hired to now you're fully counted as a police officer from 0 to that point. Lateral transfers, it's just the mini academy and then some field training, so there's a little quicker return on the investment.
Yeah, you read. I was just going to ask about lateral transfers.
Yes, sir.
So, do we have a plethora of lateral transfer applications as well?
We do have a plethora of lateral transfers. I like that. We tend to do. It would probably be fair to say we're probably operating about 70-30 in laterals to new hires. I have pushed them a little harder into new hires because I think it helps balance the culture of a police department. I think bringing on new staff in addition to those that are already police officers help us balance our approach better. So we're probably closer to 60-40 right now.
Okay. I guess where I'm going with this is it'd be more palatable to me if instead of overtime money, this was spent somehow trying to fill the gaps. If we gave you extra cash, extra resources to fill the gaps and alleviate the need for this overtime, that I want to understand why we didn't take that approach.
Yes, sir, and you're a data-driven person, so I can appreciate the approach. I wish there was a way to alleviate it altogether. There are things that I just cannot cure that are human nature, that just kind of evolve with the way our schedules are set up or the way our personnel are assigned. We'll bid an entire shift, and then I'll have some officers that go on extended leave. Some of our officers will get pregnant, and those deployments in military, those long-term things, it doesn't matter how many people I hire, I still get impacted with those from a mandatory staffing.
Okay.
And just remember, you guys have authorized overfills, so we've been trying to do in that regard as well. The one thing also to note is overtime is not just because, although there is overtime related to vacancies, there's also overtime related to Western days, events, things like that, which is a substantial dollar amount.
Okay.
And just on note on this one, as well as some of the others, and I'll show you when we go through the unfunded list together at the end. There's some that you don't have to fund this entire amount. Every bit helps. So if you are trying to get to a certain number you want to fund and you want to reduce this by, he'll take what you can give him.
This pitch, actually, the way it's pitched, it still leaves us below. I think it leaves us still 20% below our annual average consumption rate. So we tried to be responsible with what we're asking you for, not ask for the moon. So that is true. We can manage within.
Yeah, it's all good. Chief, you had mentioned that this is kind of a necessary evil in the industry. Has the industry come up with like a percent that, like, if your payroll is X, then you should consider a 5% holdback for overtime, or is there something like that? Or is it just everybody's all over the table?
I don't have a direct answer for your question, but I'll go research that. And at least in my tongue-in-cheek response to this, I think people are more around or all over the place with overtime than others. I've seen organizations that are more granular with when overtime's used. What she mentioned is really a critical issue for us, because as we're looking at using overtime, we don't just spend it with respect to city council coverage or Western days. We also have an initiative in our LISD contract that allows us to backfill some overtime with providing officers for them. We don't have a way of understanding ourselves when we're doing that and how we're receiving that money back, so it's hard to kind of tell the difference. Some of that's just internal tracking on ourselves, and this new ERP that we're funding is a massive solution to that. I can't wait. I'm directly behind Tad on how great that will be to understand how we're using it. I'll do some research to better understand that.
Yeah, and I think that's key. I mean, we want to, as council, we want to be responsive. We want to be able to create opportunities for residents to have great events and be able to work with our school districts, but those things do cost money. And so this is a very, very visual way to see that, you know, some of that, I'm sure it's a good chunk. I don't know if it's a majority, but I'm sure it's a good chunk that we have to remember and be cautious of when we go and say, yeah, we can do that. So I appreciate the heads up.
It'll be interesting, just talking about the ERP system, is the ability to start tracking more granularly on special events, to be able to show you the cost, because we talk about the cost associated with special events, but we don't actually fully load it with all the police and fire overtime and parks maintenance
Right.
overtime. So to see that fully loaded really gives you a sense of how much it costs to put them on.
Thank you.
And I need to amend a prior statement. I told you there are 3 Skydio docks in our Axon Technology project. There's 2, not 3. So apologize for the mistake.
Thank you, sir. When you're ready.
Sorry, Dave. There you go.
Go. So last but hopefully not least, we have another $500,000 ask for traffic signals. As the city manager indicated earlier, one traffic signal costs roughly about $500,000, so this would add another funding for one more signal. We've got a number of intersections in the city that are close to meeting traffic warrants for a signal, and you know, we continuously monitor those intersections, and we do warrant studies from time to time, and so when those warrant, we want to be able to jump out there and start signal design. So what this does is it gives us funding so that when those intersections meet signal warrants, we can jump right on it and get the signal constructed as soon as possible. And once we build these, Aaron's team can make sure that you have more time.
Any questions on that one? Okay.
This is a traffic control budget, is what I'm looking at here.
Infrastructure, right?
It is, absolutely.
Okay, so that's the list we have total, but we're going to jump into our tax rate, and then we'll come back to that unfunded list for you. So, Dave?
Okay, this is the last piece before you get to start selecting those options for the unfunded. But let me just start with just a little background on the rolls that we receive from the appraisal districts. Typically at the end of April of every year, we'll get that first rollout of the estimated rolls, and then from that point on, we receive about a dozen updates from the Denton appraisal district, and then probably a half a dozen from Dallas. And what that does, it allows us to track that over time and just see where things are trending. But statutorily, by July 25th of every year, we have to have the certified rolls. Now, a certified roll is defined as all the property has been assessed and certified at a greater than 95%. So 95% of the properties must be assessed, certified. If that happens, then we get a certified roll. If less than 95% is certified, then it's a certified estimate. But either way, we are preparing our calculation based on the rolls that we receive at that point. For this fiscal year, the 2025 tax period, both Dallas and Denton appraisal districts were able to certify at a greater than 95%. And just a quick fact here, the Denton CAD actually certified at 99.9%, which is quite a departure from what we've seen in the past. So why is this important that we have a higher percentage of certified rolls? Well, it has to do with the level of confidence in the value. When we set our rate every year, if we're assessing it at a 90% certainty, then there's that 10% that we're not quite sure, and it could ultimately be appraised lower than what we estimate, and then we've set a rate that's not going to generate sufficient revenue. But by having the higher level certified, it removes that uncertainty. So with that, budget and finance came together, and we spent some time preparing the rolls. There's a number of calculations that are required. The first is the no new revenue rate. That is the rate that generates the same amount of property taxes revenue as the last year based on the current rolls. And that's typically, as you see values grow, that is going to be lower than the current amount. So that no new revenue rate is 0.409667. The next rate that we are required to calculate is the voter approval rate. The voter approval rate is the highest rate that council can move forward with without having an automated election. Senate Bill 2 a couple years ago turned that from not an automatic election, but it was just an election that can be brought forth by the taxpayers. But if we were to exceed the voter approval rate, it would be an automatic election required by the city. There's two components to that rate. One is the M&O, and one is the INS. M&O, maintenance and operations. The INS is the interest and sinking, and that is the amount that supports the debt service. So the calculation of the voter approval rate for this year, 0.419009. In the past, you've seen a voter approval rate that included unused increment. Last year, as an example, where we had some additional unused increment that we could add to the voter approval rate that would then be the ultimate rate that we can move forward with. We no longer have any unused increment. We utilized that last year. There's a 3-year look back for any capacity that you've had. And last year, if we didn't use it, it would have fallen off. This year, as we go back 3 years, we have no additional capacity. So the voter approval rate is the same whether it's with or without unused increment. And just for comparative purposes, last year's tax rate, 0.422435. So we would be moving forward with a decrease in the tax rate for this year. This next table just shows values of the tax rolls from last year to this year. Last year's certified was $19.4 billion. Last year's final supplemental, or at least the most recent supplemental that we have, $19.3 billion. This year's $20.3 billion. So the 2% increases on the right-hand side of this year's certified reflect the increase over last year's supplemental and last year's certified. And we grew 4.45% over last year's certified and 5.33% over last year's supplemental. Just as an FYI, last year's growth year over year certified was about 2.5%. Bottom half of the table reflects the new value or the growth that's on the tax rolls, comparing last year's growth and this year's growth. Last year, $780 million. This year, $462 million. Still a healthy amount of new growth that's added to the rolls. While we did decrease from the previous year, that's not a trend that we're seeing. That's not any indicator of something that's not going well. It's just changed from year over year. And we're going to have that from time to time based on the development that's out, what stage it's at, when it finally hits the rolls. It just so happened in the last couple of years we've had a lot of property value hit the rolls. This year, again, $462 million. This chart shows the taxable assessed value, how it's tracked over the last 10 years. You will see steady growth prior to 2022 and even after that point. And you've heard us talk about this in the past. This is when we've annexed Castle Hills and we brought on about $3 billion in new value. But prior to 2022, you will see that we had some regular growth. And then even after the annexation, we continue to see that growth. So that's just a good indicator of growth of existing property values and new that's being added to the rolls. This chart shows the trending of the new improvements over the last 10 years. You can see prior to the 22 and 23 years, we were averaging about $250 million, some good steady growth. The last 2 years, just because of the timing of certain projects coming online, we saw some really strong new values added, almost $750 million each year. This year, it's fallen a little bit off of that, about $463 million. Based on what I'm seeing coming out of the Economic Development Department and developments that are in progress or about to come online, I would expect that we could see similar growth in future years. This table and the next two slides are going to show the same information, just in different presentations. This is a table of all the different categories of the properties in the city. We're comparing the 2 years, and we're showing allocation percentages. So the highlighted green lines reflect the single-family, multifamily, commercial, industrial, and business personal property. Those are our major categories, and then the rest are some minor categories that we have. And just quickly, year over year, the allocation remains fairly stable.
Go back on that one. Talk to me about the state tax changes on personal property. How is that visualized in here?
Okay, it's not reflected here. It hasn't taken effect. I believe that is something that has to go to the voters, correct?
So that's right. It's a constitutional amendment. My apologies. So that won't hit us until next year, assuming it get approved.
Correct, but we've worked with budget and we've done some estimates on that impact. We don't quite know what the impact will be, but we do know that just as a quirk of the way the calculation works, we would see a benefit in the first year of about $890,000, but then after that, we would have to increase the tax rate to maintain that same level because it would increase the exemption amount for business personal property. And I think just quick and dirty calculation, it was about $200 million in additional exemptions because of that.
Okay, thank you.
So these pie charts show the dollar value of the different categories that we have broken down by single family, multifamily, commercial, business personal property, and all the other. This is the percent value, same information. What I would like to point out here is that we have a really good diversification of our property values in the city, so that if we were to experience a downturn in any one of those particular sectors, it wouldn't have as a significant impact on the overall values, and I think we'd be able to weather the storm fairly well. I think we're going to primarily be a single-family community, but again, we've got some good diversity in the other major categories. This is our property tax rate history. Over the last 10 years, you can see it's been fairly stable. In fact, if you went back about 30 years, you'd see pretty much a similar chart. We did a little extra research as far as tax rate history going back to 1975, and this year's proposed rate of 0.419009 will be the second lowest in that 45 plus years. There was 1 year, I think in 1985, where it dropped to about 40.9 cents, but in every year prior and since during that time period, this year's would actually be the lowest. I've seen this chart before with things like the utility billing, so we've got a similar chart here showing our position relative to our survey cities. Our current rate of 0.422435, or the fifth lowest of the 18 communities. We do know that there's going to be some changes in some of the other communities. I believe it was McKinney that was going to drop down below us, so we might move up one level, but I think this is one of the things that reflects well in that Carrollton study. When we are in that lower quartile in the tax rate, we're in the lower quartile for the utility rates. Those all result in us being the number one community in that Carrollton study. This was just for informational purposes, showing the combined tax rate of the different entities in the city, comparing last year's and the prior year and the change. And you can see that the school district has the higher portion of that total. When council's making a decision on the tax rate, know that any 1 cent change in the rate, either up or down, is going to either generate or remove $2.1 million in property tax revenue. Here's a number of options that we can have that discussion regarding setting the tax rate. We've provided these in the past. We have the base rate, which sets the rate at an amount that returns the same property tax revenue as last year. That's different than the no new revenue rate. We have the current rate, the no new revenue rate, and the voter approval rate. And the voter approval rate with the unused increment, you can see those two lines are the same because we do not have any additional. So starting with the current rate, we would not be able to levy that because that exceeds our voter approval rate, so that's not an option. The no new revenue rate there would generate $152,000. Again, the unfunded list that you saw, not a lot, would be accomplished going with that rate. The voter approval rate, which would be our recommendation, our staff's recommendation, would generate an additional $2.2 million to go towards the approximate $4.4 million that's on your current unfunded list. So what's the impact to the median home value for this year? That value grew from $271,000 to $383,000. When we take that and apply the different tax rate options, we're able to generate the increase in the city's portion of the tax bill from last year to this year. At the voter approval rate, the additional cost to the homeowner is $50.68 per year, or $4.22 on a monthly basis. So I know we're going to have some discussion around this, but staff's recommendation would be to move forward with the voter approval rate of 0.419009. The no new revenue rate does lower the base budget revenue that's available for funding the unfunded. We do have those needs that have been identified on the unfunded list that would be not sufficient to support. And then the additional revenue helps in how the bond rating agencies view the city. There's our breakdown between the O&M and the INS rates. Again, just a reminder that the current tax rate is 0.422435. So that would be a decrease from last year. And at this rate, it generates approximately $2.2 million.
Before you guys get started on a discussion of the tax rate as well as the unfunded list, I like to make sure that you're aware of any type of external threats that might be posed against our future revenues. So one is what the mayor has already brought up, which was House Bill 9, that increased business personal property tax exemption from $2,500 to $125,000. Then it goes and talks about needing voter approval, but as Dave said, that would be a significant hit. We haven't done the full analysis yet, and it would not affect us next year, but it's the first year, it would probably benefit us. It's future years that would have that impact. You also have the Castle sales tax litigation. Just a reminder that the Comptroller's Office changed their rules, which would, without legislative authority, and that shifted sales tax from collection at collection where the location of the business is to destination. So, for example, if you're building an industrial facility across the DFW Metroplex and you're buying for concrete from a Lewisville company. Those trucks are on our street. That impact from that use is in our community, and yet right now we're collecting sales tax that helps us mitigate those things. Those sales under the comptroller's ruling would be shifted to that other community where that industrial is being developed. So with that would be a significant hit to our sales tax that we'd be collecting. It would affect all of our sales tax, our police, our fire, crime control, and fire tax funds. But on that, they have been in litigation with several group of cities called the Castle Group. It looked like the cities had actually prevailed on that, but now both sides have appealed the decision because the court's final opinion was unclear in many regards. So that's still up in the air. Senate Bill number 9, that has just been filed in special session. It decreases the voter approval rate multiplier from 3.5% to 2.5%. So what that means is it is approximately about a $500,000 hit. Was that what it?
It'll be about $580,000.
$580,000 if we were set at the 2.5 instead of 3.5. So it changes that flexibility you would have in the future. And then the traveling housing finance corporations, the HFCs, their Cameron County, Pecos County HFCs have been buying up properties all around the state and taking them off the tax rolls. The impact on our tax roll, we're estimating with the numbers of multifamily complexes that have been could be taken off the tax roll is approximately about $1 million every year. The state legislature has clarified that, in fact, they would have to stop doing this within, I think, 2 years by 2027. But that means there might be 2 years where they are taken off our tax rolls. We have filed a lawsuit against them, and we currently have an injunction on the books, but that we don't know the final decision on those. So that could impact significantly your revenues over the next couple of years. With
Just
that, yes.
To add to that, Senate Bill 9, if it passes, the impact for a homeowner, average homeowner in Lewisville, my understanding is $10.99 a year. So it's where a small number on one side can, when you scale that up, that's multiple officers, that's multiple parks folks, that's multiple fire department personnel. I mean, it's not a small number when it's multiplied by lots of folks.
A little bit as well. This is a great example of good intentions not making for good policy, and that. Well, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here, but yeah, but there's two things on this. One, every year voters in our city and cities across the state, they have a referendum on property tax and everything else when you go to vote already for the mayor, for a city council. Why we'd have to have another election for something like this just befuddles me, other than political grandstanding. And then two, this kind of thing, it really hampers my willingness to drop taxes as low as I possibly can, because in the next year I can't go up, I have to go up. So this is an absolutely horrible, horrible bill that just got introduced in special session. It really ties our hands where we could, even if we had no unfunded mandates right now, I still wouldn't drop the tax rate because I can't make it up again next year if I have to without going to the voters. Horrible bill. Now I'm going to stop railing on that.
I've got to say something on that too. Go ahead. Okay, because this is happening the last 2 or 3 sessions where I'm going to piggyback off your grandstanding, where they make it look as if they are cutting all of these taxes, when in fact what they're doing is making themselves look good for their next campaign, and it leaves the burden to the local that they're trying to strip us of everything anyway, but it leaves the burden to us to have to raise local taxes or completely cut funding for police, fire, infrastructure, parks, you name it. That's the perfect example.
And I'll just also piggyback on that as well. What all of this adds up to is a reduction of service. And we have done everything that we can to not only maintain a high quality of service, but also to whenever 2025 committee came in and they said, we want more. That was our theme. We want more. We want a better quality of life in Lewisville. And we have spent the last decade building up to that. What this does is it's gonna make us take a lot of that back.
It's gonna make us take a lot of that back. It's gonna make us cut things to nothing, but it's gonna pad their way for a federal campaign somewhere.
Right.
But not all of us are that stupid. Off my hop.
Okay, so that really concludes the discussion of the traffic. Traffic is very part of it, of the tax rate. Sorry, the traffic rate.
I believe you said this, but I just want to clarify before we start this conversation that the base budget that was put together was based on the 419,009.
So there's no additional property tax revenue that's built into the base budget. All the additional revenue that we would get by levying that rate, the $2.2 million, is new money that would go towards funding the unfunded list.
Right, so the base budget, for what's included in the base budget, is assuming that's assuming the 0.409667, is that right?
That would be
Can you-
basically the no new revenue rate.
Yeah, so it's based on no new revenue. So if we did the one with the, what do you call it, the voter approval rate,
Yes,
that gives us the 2.2 to play with.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Mayor, with that, it's perfect that you're bringing that up. Really would love to see, at this point, it's council having a discussion about what do you want to do with the tax rate. Staff's recommendation is that voter approval rate. I don't have to, just that bottom, I think it's the bottom one, voter approval rate. Once you guys make that decision, we can then populate a spreadsheet that looks at the unfunded list, and you guys can make decisions on your priorities there.
Council?
And so the difference there too is, so if we go with the no new revenue rate, then our we have $152,000 to add back for off the unfunded list versus 2.9 million.
2.2.
Where's the 2.2? That's current rate, I'm sorry, 2.2.
I think it would be dangerous for us to do that in light of what could happen next year.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I fully support that. The voter approval rate of 0.419, and I just want to go on record as saying, would we still have to say when we put this as when we pass this, that it's a tax rate increase?
Correct.
We are mandated by the state. Okay, I'm going on record as saying this is not a tax rate increase.
Yeah.
It
Correct.
increases the revenue, but it is not a tax rate increase.
That's correct.
Tax rate decrease.
Yeah, but
Correct.
I think the language just says tax increase. I don't think it specifically
No, it
says
says
rate.
tax rate.
Correct. So if we were to levy anything other than the no new revenue rate,
Yep.
they're considering, the state legislature considers that a tax rate increase, even though our
Okay.
rate is going down.
Yeah.
Well, they consider a lot of things. I don't
Yeah.
mean that.
Yeah. So okay.
Yes, exactly.
Thanks, Bob.
That,
Clarify that point though, is that the current rate, or I'm sorry, the no new revenue rate, we have to take out any added construction, any new value, right?
We already do that to
Yeah.
get to that rate.
We do that, so that doesn't include,
Calculation, we
Yes,
take
that's
that
part of the
new-
you take the
Yes.
new out,
Yes.
but we still have the new that we have to serve. So that doesn't seem like it doesn't make sense to me that we have to take the new stuff out to say that, you know, we're not servicing the same number of homes as we did for the rate that's calculated out
Correct.
at, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is where I'm getting twisted about it, because
Go ahead.
we can't say
Twist
that
off,
it's,
sister.
we can't say it's a tax increase, or we have to say it's a tax increase because it's higher than the no new revenue rate, but we have more homes and businesses to serve than what the no new revenue rate considers.
Oh yeah.
So
Yes.
That's
I
the
don't-
game.
it's just wrong on so many levels.
That's awesome bureaucracy, and that's what we have to stick with, so.
And that has been a
Thorn?
thorn in my side since I came on council.
Yep, no.
It's a bee in my bonnet.
It's a bee in my bonnet. They want double talk, so let's give it to him.
Do you need a motion on this now so that we can move
I
forward?
don't need
or
a
we wanna do
motion
the
now. I
motions
just
all
want
at
to, I want to make sure, we're going to populate whatever it is you tell us right now on our worksheet,
the
so.
It sounds like we have consensus around the voter approval rate.
Okay, so then we can pull up our worksheet with all of the unfunded. So.
Look at that, there we go.
So on this, I just wanted to point something out. So there were several items that, that were presented to you that could be scalable. Not all of them can, like civil engineer is gonna be a civil engineer, but the amount you have for, let me think, what is it? For overtime for the police department, that is scalable. So to be able to show you what could be done, it doesn't mean that you have to do this. I think last year I did the same exercise and you did something vastly different, which is that's exactly why we have you here. But I've shown with staff recommendation, if you wanted to try to achieve the most on there and try to spread out the funding, there are some things that are scalable, and you can see the ones that I've reduced down to be able to get there. But that's just a starting point of where you might want to discuss, but we'll let you guys have the floor.
Okay, I'll start off. I'll give you my logic here. So I had number 1, number 2. I'll skip 3 for a second. Number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 13, and then I did half on the overtime for number 14, and the rest went to number 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was confused. That helps.
Since Williams put all that time into the numbers, why don't we just go ahead and see what his direction looks like, just as a jumping off point.
Yes, can we put that in
So
there?
can we check those boxes and see what those numbers look like?
Can you go ahead and repeat that for me?
Sure.
I'll go ahead and check them all.
Sure. Number 1, number 2, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 13, half on 14,
Number 13 and half of 14?
half of 14, and then whatever's left on number 3.
William is
I'm
not going for the traffic.
Yeah, William, I cannot sit through that many more red lights without going crazy. I'm sorry.
It's just a starting
I'm,
point.
you know.
It's just a starting point.
So I'm gonna jump off of this as well, because I did something a little bit more similar to, I think, Claire, what staff recommended here. But if we had to make some other decisions about this, as much as I like the concept of the ITS drone program, it didn't strike me that there was enough current projects with that. It's like everybody had ideas about how it would be used, but I prefer to see something a little more concrete, that we're gonna use it for this, or use it for these 2 things, and I have kind of this free-for-all, here's all the stuff we could use it to. So I would drive that to 0, frankly, and then spread that money out somewhere else. That's the math that I had.
Well, number 10 and 11 would fit within that.
Fit within.
The traffic.
That's 160,
Please.
the traffic controllers
Right, yes.
and signal, that's 150.
Yeah. So if you drop that all together, then we could get all of 10 and 11.
So I had a question for Chief. With the lieutenants, can we do 1, or is it 2 or nothing?
You can do whatever you want. We would really like to have 2 so we can cover both. I'm sorry. You have a mic. The lieutenants are solving shift coverage with supervision. So to just do 1 only puts 1 lieutenant on one side of the week, and the rest of the week remains in that conundrum. So you can do as you wish. I'll take whatever I can get, but I I would like the two.
I had a comment coming from somebody who was watching this, and they wanted to know if we could do drone IT AI police lieutenants. Is that possible?
I don't think so.
Okay, but just I told him I'd check. I
appreciate you asking.
That's funny because the one
can't do
I asked wanted to know if they could also be a civil engineer during the day. So, yeah. All right, gang, put your thoughts into it.
I'm good with this.
So what is that, what does that leave us not funding?
That
The
leaves you
drones and
no-
and then the second traffic signal, right? Because we already have one in the base budget.
Right.
I mean, okay, and that's only a portion of the renovations and repairs, but we already have 200 of that budgeted. 300.
300 in there.
Okay, 300. So I'm good with that.
Just one second.
Or 2.2 million, as you see it right here. If you look in column I, that council direction amount, we would fund street infrastructure at the 910,786 as it's currently presented.
Oh wait, I just noticed that I was looking at the amounts for the staff recommendation for the traffic controllers and traffic signal. So that's, if we're funding 50,000 for traffic controllers and cabinets, that's only 20% of what the request is.
Does that help at all?
Well, remember you have base budget as well.
Okay.
But
Yeah, that got us to
that pushes us out, that gets us
Yeah.
off track of that 10-year plan.
It gets us off, yeah, we're at 7 years now, and it pushes us back probably closer to the 10 years. Hey,
I'm gonna get so many tickets.
Hey, Ronnie, I got a suggestion.
What?
Go Zone.
No, I have to get someplace. I can't wait on somebody to pick me up.
She can't wait on the lights.
I'm doing
Can't wait on the lights, you gotta wait for Go
Go
Zone.
I just need my own drone.
Yeah, you
Pick
do.
me up and
Yeah, you
take
do.
me.
Other comments, questions?
I'm trying to get in my head, which ones are we not fully funding? Like, I understand what we're not funding at all. What are we not fully funding? So we're not fully funding the infrastructure.
The street request, we're not fully
But we're doing
funding.
a great deal to add to it.
Yes, so this would be, your
Yes.
traffic controllers and cabinets would not be fully funded, your traffic signal detection would not be fully funded, unplanned renovations and repairs would not be fully funded, and then your LPD overtime budget increase would not be fully funded, as well as the street infrastructure item that we listed earlier.
So I'm a little confused as well, because there's a check mark by item 10, which isn't fully funded, so 50,000. But item 14 is also not fully funded, but there's no check mark by it. Is that because it's being overridden in column I?
It's different than what the staff recommendation
Gotcha.
is.
Okay.
Yes, so just to kind of orient you here, what you see in column C is the total requested amount. These are the amounts that were presented to you earlier by the directors. Column D is a starting point, so we've listed some staff recommendations here. This is if you wanted to really try to maximize the amount of projects that you're putting funding towards, so that's why you see in some of those later items, again, we do have base budget funding available for a lot of these, so that's why you see those reduced. And then if you are recommending that we fund these items as staff is recommending them, we're checking those boxes. If you want to do something other than this, we'll uncheck that, we'll list the amount that you do want to fund.
So I just noticed that I think William's suggestion was to do the 189 for the LPD overtime. If we take that to what staff's recommendation is, could we put that extra towards the traffic controllers and cabinets? I mean, one of them right now we have, or actually maybe just the street, because my question is, with the traffic controllers and cabinets replacements, that's linked with the traffic signal detection replacement. If we're only funding 20% of one, but almost 50% of the other, does that put us in a situation where we're kind of off?
I apologize. So I think Aaron just combined the two discussion points. They're independent of one another.
They are completely independent of
They
each
are.
other. Okay.
And 15 is an added one, right? So that's where traffic signals doesn't.
Yeah, that gives us one whole additional one.
Then I would say let's put that extra 89 in with the infrastructure.
In the street?
Or add it to the
Yeah.
drones.
But the drones is
yeah.
all or
Yeah, it's all or nothing.
right?
No?
No.
No, it is not all or nothing program. There are components to it. I'm sorry. Mic check. Yes, not all or nothing. There are components to it. We would, again, depending on the dollar amount, it might be a scenario where we could only do the drone and the drone in the box and not do the additional program piece, right? Where they're going to assist us with setting up our training program, assisting us with FAA regulations, things of that nature. Or it could be vice versa, right? To where maybe we only do one drone, we don't do the drone in the box, but we use the additional for professional services. So there is some granularity to what we could fund with certain aspects, if you will.
Chris?
Yes.
Some of what I heard was that this is contingent on some FAA regulations.
That is correct, sir.
What's that timeline?
That is supposed to be, the president gave on the executive order, I believe it was 260 some odd days. That was made in June, so that puts us in the January, February timeframe, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking the same sort of thing, and it just goes back again. I'd like to see very specific projects for this to address, and then the uncertainty around what may happen at the federal level gives me concern. I like the concept. I just like to have a little more certainty about what's going to happen. I'd love to see this come back next year, because I do think this is the future. AI and drones are it's where we're going. But that's one of the concerns with that program.
Completely understood.
Council?
I'm good with what's there now.
Let me ask this question. When it looks, so we have 278,000, almost 280,000 in unfunded overtime for the item 14. My understanding is we're going to spend that money anyway. Are we just fooling ourselves by not allocating the money here for it?
We've had the ability to cover that using salary savings and other savings that occur throughout the year. So I do want to stress that this is not a budget deficit. It's something that we have been able to manage every single year. So if they go over that overtime amount, that will require that they look at their use of salary savings first, and all of their other accounts as well. So I don't want to give the impression that that you are required to do this.
Okay.
But I think this helps the PD manage it over the year, as opposed to every single time they deploy overtime, they're having to scrutinize every single hour. And I get that ends up being costlier than just making sure we've got a budget line item to cover it.
And
Well, we don't want to make it too easy.
Right? No, I get that.
Yeah.
But,
I didn't say that, Chief. That wasn't me.
you're bucking for a ticket,
I
though.
want to make it easy for you.
This is to cover for your speeding
That's to
ticket.
cover for my tickets.
So let's explore the salary comment a little bit more. Does this mean we delay hire? How do they cover that?
No, so salary savings are generated, the way that we budget for payroll is we assume that every department will be fully staffed the entire year. We know that's not going to be the
Okay.
case. So like Chief Rollins was talking about, when you have someone that's in training for a long time,
Yep.
yeah, we're paying them, but during the time that we have that vacancy, we're accruing those savings. So those are the savings that we're
It's
talking
another
about
example
there.
of conservative budgeting that we do.
Right, so we would
Okay.
not delay hiring.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. That helps.
And also realize that with salary savings, if they're not reallocated in that capacity, or that they fall to fund balance, which then ends up being something you can allocate in the next budget year.
Okay, thank you. That, I think I'm okay with what we have.
All right. I'm not hearing any other comments. For me, I mean, there's bleeding edge and there's leading edge.
Okay.
And I feel like with the federal, there's just so much uncertainty at the federal level right now that I'm not comfortable making any decisions that's based on them doing something. Right? No, we'll just leave it there. Yeah, right? So I mean, this is not any statement about Chris and his team. I think Chris and his team would do an amazing job with the toolkit, and I really would like to see this brought back. What it is it's my uncertainty of taking resources that I can implement today and hitching them to a wagon that's incredibly unstable.
But I think that if we could, like that traffic signal detection replacement, I mean, if we put 89,000 in that instead of up there where we're still gonna need more, but that almost gets us to the 210, 500. Yeah, I'm begging. We've got to do something.
You don't wanna fix our potholes?
So just so you know, Ronnie, we already have an additional traffic signal in base budget.
I do know that.
Okay, so this would be
one.
adding a second.
Okay.
Okay. Does that change
That-
your,
no,
does that change
just-
your argument?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
I thought, oh, I'm sorry.
detection
You're talking about 10 and 11.
It detects when it's supposed to
We have some
change.
in the base budget.
Yes,
Some
so
of that is also in the base budget.
I know
correct.
it is.
Just a quick summary on that. Last year, we funded 421,000 towards this project. You have another 210,000 in your base, and this would be on top of that.
We're almost there for the additional one at 189,000.
Mhm.
We only like.
I only vote if there's a tie.
I can tell when people just go and they're in their office all day and they don't have to deal with.
You're looking at me like this. I was about to support
Not you, but go
but
ahead. I know that. I'm bonding with you. I would like to see that go into that detection because it's almost there. It,
Okay, what if we put 50 towards it? Would that make you feel better? 150?
a lot.
All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and change that.
Can Ronnie dictate which intersections this goes into?
Ronnie doesn't dictate anything.
I'm gonna call Terry just one moment.
I only wear the pants he allows me to.
Let me ask, and I'm okay with this, but I'm just curious from Aaron's standpoint, what are your thoughts about that? So we're basically saying we got a couple different things that we're trying to do. What would be your, where is he?
Aaron?
What would be your preference? Take another 50 and move it down to 11, or leave it all up in 3?
So I'm not pandering to Ronnie here, I promise. But I would fully fund the signals and reduce it out of the pavement, honestly. 85 is a high number, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helps me, that informs my decision a lot, because you're the one who has to live with this, your project,
I
so.
would fully fund that too and move it out of, yeah.
All right. He's responsible for it, I can go with that.
You heard it from him.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so if we do that, that would give you $889,765 towards street infrastructure.
Aaron, speak now, hold your peace, okay?
So for my comfort, just click the box and delete the 210, 500.
So our staff recommendation here was 100,000.
Oh, it's got to go that
Yes,
way. Okay.
so it would
There we
reduce that
go.
amount.
Sorry.
We did the same
I,
thing.
Have to
I'm
imagine it
breaking.
clicked.
I'm breaking the spreadsheet in my head. It works the way it's supposed to. I'm sorry.
So if you're asking my opinion, it would be both the detection and the cabinets. I would. Is that what we're doing?
So from your side, you'd put all 460,500 and take it away from the street.
Yes, that's what he said.
I would.
That's exactly what he said.
I would do 250 on the cabinet replacement and 210 on the detection.
Because Because remember, we've already got 13 million in this.
So he wants to, he's recommending that we pull another 200 out of that 889. Make that 669.
That's my thinking.
I wouldn't have asked if I didn't have the answer, so it's your projects.
And just remember next year, I mean, with those street numbers, we're gonna bring back another analysis. We probably will have a larger, just because of inflation, there will probably be a larger number associated with that. But you also have seen the PCI data that he just provided you, where we're in a pretty good shape streets-wise compared to many other cities. Now, do we wanna achieve better? Yes, of course. But that's,
But this
that's
is
up to you.
gravy on top of what we do have in the base budget.
Yes.
And we have been putting a lot back every year.
Yes.
But we are behind on our street
We're also behind on the street
traffic
infrastructure.
six.
We are, but that's just to keep us in.
Exactly, but
So if we don't fund the 1.8, then we're falling behind. So we're falling behind 1.2 of what our needs are this year with the street infrastructure, the way we're funding it. We're falling behind.
I've already used up everything you paid me to do here.
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
I would just say infrastructure is very expensive, so it's a balancing act. There's pressure on both sides.
And I have to fight for infrastructure.
I know you have to,
always.
and I usually fight for infrastructure too. But with that infrastructure, we have got to get something done with our traffic signals and the controllers and stuff like that. And they've actually doubled to tripled in cost over the course of the
Okay,
last
so
2 years.
I have a comment that I
And
think
you
will
need to
probably
respect your
help.
elders.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say.
Go ahead.
I actually, as an engineer, I actually think that traffic controllers, cabinets, traffic signals, I call that infrastructure.
It is.
It is infrastructure, it
Absolutely
is.
it is.
So,
It's just not
I,
concrete infrastructure.
we're, yeah.
We're arguing
Well,
That is
infrastructure is
absolutely
also utilities,
Yeah.
that's all infrastructure.
You're arguing which infrastructure are we gonna invest in
Yes.
in the immediate
So
term.
I'm telling myself something to make myself feel better about taking it out of line
And
three.
you're taking the expertise advice that's living it day in and day out.
And I think you can also argue that there's a quality of life issue there. I mean, our roads are in a pretty good quality of life condition.
I live in
Um,
Old Town.
We've got
That's by
projects.
choice.
We do have projects scheduled.
We have projects coming.
And have you
But
seen, have you seen the
we're
road,
reducing
the road,
road rage,
have you
though,
seen the street in front of your house?
I believe I've seen it.
Yeah, it's being redone, right?
Yeah, well, the one that I'd love to see Walters be done. Just that's going to break my suspension. I'm just saying it right now.
So what we are, I think, yeah, I agree that it's all infrastructure. It's just a question of where we're putting it. And I think with the upgraded controllers and signal detection, we're gonna be able to take advantage of smarter, traffic management and get people home a little bit faster, or at least reduce the pressure on our roads.
It goes towards mental health.
I just, what I want to make sure that we don't get in the habit of doing is, because I know a lot of cities do this, there's immediate needs, and then a lot of times infrastructure are longer term, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
we let's just use that to balance the budget on everything else, because we don't have to do it right now. We can get another year out of it, and once we get into that habit,
Yeah.
then we get to the place where we are, where it's like we've got a deficit and now we're trying to make it up. So
I think that PCI number is the thing that we can use to regulate that, right? If we see
Yeah.
that drifting, then that's,
I appreciate the discussion about it, and I mean, I'm not gonna be upset about an extra $690,000. It's certainly a bucket that we could throw everything we had into it, and it still wouldn't be enough. So, I'm grateful for what we've got, and I appreciate the conversation.
And I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much.
We really fund most everything fully here. There's just a couple things we didn't put
Yeah.
through. So this looks good. I'm excited.
well, I'm hearing consensus on this. I think at this point, we need to go ahead and take a motion on the tax rate. The preliminary budget is presented.
I move the city council approve the preliminary budget as presented and amended, which includes expenditures based on a total tax rate of 0.419009 and a 7.4% increase in water and sewer rates.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right, next up, we need a call for a public hearing.
I move that the city council hold a public hearing and vote on the budget at the September 8th, 2025 city council meeting at 7 p.m. and hold the public hearing and vote on the tax rate at the September 15th, 2025 city council meeting at 7 p.m.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to my right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. I'll need an acceptance of the tax rolls.
I move that the city council accept the 2025 tax rolls in accordance with section 26.04B of the state property tax code.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And then I need an acceptance of the preliminary report.
I move that the city council accept the preliminary report identifying the calculation of the 2025 no new revenue and voter approval tax rates and authorize the publication of notice as required by Texas Tax Code, section 26.061.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Just a second. I'm making sure.
Was that it?
And I have closed session set aside here, so do we have, Liz? Oh, okay. So we do have a closed session, so in accordance with Texas Government Code, subchapter D, section 551.072, real estate property acquisition, section 551.074, personnel, city manager Claire Powell, municipal court judge Brian Holman, city attorney Liz Plaster, and section 551.087, economic development, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. We are going to move into closed session.
We're gonna move.
We're going to come back into regular session. Council, is there any action to be taken?
Mayor, I move to amend the employment contracts of Claire Powell, Liz Plaster, and Brian Holman to remove the severance pay provisions. Also move to enter into severance agreements with Claire Powell, Liz Plaster, and Brian Holman, memorializing the severance pay provisions that were removed from their employment contracts, and authorize the mayor to execute said agreements.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. City Manager, we have anything else?
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to announce the winner of our budget cover. We started announcing this last year. So I will say the runner-ups, actually, Municipal Court was the runner-up primarily because Jeremy Leonard's face is so intense in that picture, and I just love it so much. And it makes me laugh, because I don't know if he's still here, but he looks like he's looking into my soul. So that was one of my top. The other one was City Attorney's Office, just because Liz constantly carries this pink drink around with her all the time. And I was like, this is right on brand.
So awesome.
But the one that wins is Community Relations and Tourism, because that just made me laugh out loud. As soon as I opened it, I just thought that was the funniest thing ever. So Community Relations and Tourism wins this year.
Does Brandon know he was using this picture?
While I was going through the budget, I texted him a
Yeah,
picture of this.
I sent it to him this morning as well, so.
What do they get for winning?
They get, the city manager's office buys them a ice cream party, and we serve to their entire team, which is actually gonna be a lot easier with the smaller team, because last year was parks, the year before was public services, and it's a lot of scooping.
It's a lot of scoops. All right, well, there is no further action to be taken on today's agenda, so we stand adjourned. Thank you for a great meeting, everyone.